Oh, there is one thing I forgot. Okay, there we go. Right. Party people. Party people, welcome back. Let's get down to it. We are fresh off of a bear mauling. Fresh off of a bear mauling and getting ready to move somewhere else after this fog lifts. Okay, so last time we explored this whole northern area. Found a vista point, a vista Polaroid at this peak area. And that revealed this bit down here. I think this northern bit is basically completely uncovered now. There's a whole bunch of, actually no, let's back up. I was just saying that and I forgot exactly what I came up here to do. We are in this cave here. I want to check what is up this climbing rope. There is a mid-plateau. So this is, so let's see, what do we have? Low ground down here by the lake. Foothills in this middle area here. There's an upper plateau in the northern part of this map. And then between the upper plateau and the peak in the middle here, the summit, there's a couple of middle plateaus. And I want to check out if there's anything worth being in those middle plateaus. But ideally, I'll do it without getting mauled by a bear again. Okay, so what do we need to do? We need to, I think, head over because we don't have so much food that we can just loiter here forever. And actually, is there any food that I left inside the cave? I don't remember. There should be a couple of kilograms of wolf meat, I think. Probably by the storm lantern. Heavy hammer. I'd imagine it is, that there is. Where's the exit? Okay, there it is. Oh, okay. So, despite there being this fog, I think we can start heading over this way. Eventually, there's going to be a cliff over to our left here. I think we can just follow that. And that will lead us one way or another to that climbing spot. Okay. Here's some crows. I think those crows are just over that wolf that we hunted down below. There's a climbing spot there. Because it sounds like they're close enough, and that's where I left the wolf. Okay, so we are following, I believe, there's a cliff edge right around here, from the climb to the cedar to the reishi, and then the other climb down is a slightly different shortcut. In fact, I actually have half a mind to move this climb zone over there. Well, we'll maybe do that later. That's definitely something that is probably going to be worth my time doing. Because that makes it a little bit more convenient to get to the cave that goes under the mountain. The Dwarven Cave, where they delved too deep and too greedily. And they found something. Something hidden in the depths. A bear. Yeah, the one downside here in going in all this fog is I don't remember this area particularly well. So I'm not entirely sure where this climbing zone is. How are we on medical? Okay, we still have 3 beer dressings. Which means I don't have to worry about picking up more of that lichen, because I'm okay with having 3. 3 is a good number. And I think I'm already lost. Doesn't look like there's anything down here, but I'm not sure. Just follow around on the left. Eventually, eventually we have to hit some kind of a wall or cliff where the mountain is. And we can just follow that and hopefully find that rope. Yeah, that goes down. That goes down a lot. It's nothing. Let's speed this up a tiny bit. And this goes... I think this might be it. No, or is this... Okay, I see what happened. There is a bit of a plateau we went around here. That's it. Okay, yeah, this way should be... there's the secondary climbing rock. Okay. I didn't realize this jutted out, but I probably should have thought about that. Because I do know that this was a valley here. So now we go around and left. The plan isn't exactly what I thought it was, but we can still follow it. Okay. And it looks like the fog is lifting. That's great. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Somewhere over to the left here. Just don't want to accidentally run up on that bear again for the third time. Not here. Is it possibly, I wonder, up over that hill? I think it might be. Is there a cheeky way around if I go up this way? Looks like we might be able to sneak it over, but it also looks kind of risky. Might break an ankle going this way. May indeed risk one or both ankles. Yeah, this feels possible, but risky. So let's first go over to... Oof. Come on, come on. Here we go. Okay. Okay, I'm feeling better about this. I don't know if I can even call it a plan, but I'm feeling better about whatever it is. I can just get off of the high grade, the steep grade every once in a while. Then, ankle-wise, we should be okay. The only question is, can we still climb? And I don't know. I'm actually not feeling very good about it now. I've got a bad feeling. Okay, made it. Risky play, but we made it. And there's our rope. Okay, that's a pretty substantial shortcut we just did. Now let's see if it was worth anything. And you know, if we can see the bear from up there, I might actually take some pot shots. Normally I don't at long range, but I actually have a grudge against this guy now. Climb, climb, climb. Clamber, clamber, clamber. Not a very long rope. Alright, no. Can't see much of anything. Secluded shelf. This is exactly the kind of plateau that I was expecting. And a cave. Although, if it's a secluded shelf, that is suggestive that there's no way off other than that rope we came up. Which is... I mean, it's not the best, but it's also not the worst. Let's pop a charcoal. Put this stuff on the map. Okay, looking good. Actually, I guess we revealed a little bit there, huh? Okay, is there anything good in the... Oh, an interval cave. I wasn't expecting that. Oof, actually the downside is... I don't really have a storm lantern. So, let's think. I would like to start a fire. I would like to start a fire and maybe get some torches. but I would also like it to not be cloudy. I'd like to start the fire with the magnifying lens. I'm not sure if we'll have that kind of luck. That is definitely not a way down. Let's see if there's anything else over on the other side. Because if there really is nothing up here and it's just a dead end, the fact that that cave is enterable is highly suggestive that it leads somewhere. And if it does lead somewhere, I think we maybe take this mountaineering rope. Because if this is just a dead end and it doesn't have anything other than sticks and branches, then we might as well head out. And it looks like that might be the case. Yeah, there really is nothing up here. Okay, let's grab the rope, start a fire, and then we'll go into the cave. I believe I already have a couple of... Yes, a couple of torches. So we can start a fire, toss some sticks on, and then probably grab 2 or 3 torches. They likely won't be good torches. And is there anything up here? No. Nothing. Okay, so that's one more mountaineering rope that we have to work with. In fact, maybe we'll take this rope and put it in the shortcut I was thinking of moving to earlier, or moving the other rope to. I guess it all depends on where this rope ends us up. Not where this rope ends us up, where the cave leads. Because I could be wrong. It could be a dead-end cave, but I suspect it's not. But as they say, they being me, only time will tell. Alright, here we go. And where are our sticks? There they are. And now I am getting close to the point where I'll need to think about how I use these matches. Things aren't dire yet. We're not so flush that I can completely ignore. Okay, maybe we can get one more. That'll do. All right, let's move. Let's move it. Because these torches don't last forever. Okay, Cave Timberwolf Mountain. How extraordinarily generic.
I wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
You can drop it, but not here. Okay. This way looks like it might be the dead end. Because down the other path there was definitely another large room. So let's see if there's anything down here. And if we need to, we can circle back around. Oh no. Oh no, this is more involved than I was expecting. That looks like a little sneak spot. This looks like another interesting... No, that's not the exit yet. So the room that I saw is to our right. Let's see if we can go over to the right. This is definitely the room I saw, because I recognize these 2 pillars. Okay, so I think I know where we are. I think I know what cave this is. Claire, he says as he finds something unsearched. So now I'm less confident. I thought this was the cave that goes through the mountain that ends up at the tri-entrance cave. This is a dead end. And it might be. It might be, but let's just verify. We'll go through the sneak hole. Okay, let's get a better torch. Here. Alright, now where's that sneak hole? There it is. The more that I see, the less sure I am I know where we are. But that's typical, I suppose. Okay, where is this going to lead? Feels like we're going uphill. If it's the cave that I think it is, we'll be exiting something like at 7 or 8 o'clock on Timberwolf Mountain. Not time-wise, but position-wise. If it's not what I think it is, and I have no idea where we're going to pop out, but I can't imagine it could be anything else. I can't imagine on account of... Would I really have missed so many cave entrances? Maybe. Okay, where are we going? That's a dead end. It means this is the way to go. What have we got? Yeah, this keeps going uphill. Larone, welcome. I'm lost in a cave system. Only vaguely understanding where I'm going to end up. Okay. So one of these days, I'll actually be able to watch you doing the trappers thing. Don't know if that's ended or not. One of these days. And one of these days, you'll also tell me how it's pronounced. I still don't know. Okay. Are we at 7:30 on Timberwolf Mountain?
I'm not sure I can carry much more.
No, where the hell are we? Where actually are we? Where are we? Oh, I recognize this little bump. I tried to walk up this and I couldn't. Okay, so I do know where we are. This is kind of useless shortcut, and I don't like that it's one way, or at least I think it's one way. Wait, did you not just put this cave on the map? Give me the cave entrance. Are you... I guess either... I don't think it's going to give it to us. Okay, you know what? I'll take that L and deal with it. Okay, so where do I think we are? I think we are... Well, I guess it just said we are... Oh shoot, I've already lost track. Where is... Is it here? No. It was here. Okay, so if we're here, then going down is... Are we... Aha. Ah, okay. Okay, I think that means this way. Yes, I know where we are. We're in the upper plateau. And yes, this... Now I'm even more mad that we didn't get that cave entrance. What the hell, Hinterland? Okay, but if we go this way, there should be that frozen pond and waterfall. And perhaps a wolf. Unless? No. No, I know where this is now. This is the plateau. This is the plateau underneath the summit. Oh, this is not where I wanted to be. Yeah, this goes around here. And this is... What do we want to do here? I think we just have to go down, either here or somewhere else. Let's think. If we go down at the rope that's behind us, we're definitely going to be crossing through bear territory, and that bear already has a scent for a taste of human flesh. But if we go this way, I believe there's another climb zone down here. I don't remember if I put the rope there. I think I might have put the rope there. Let's check. If I did, we'll go down. Yes, we have the rope. But we're also over encumbered. This is less than ideal. Oh my goodness. Now if that's not a bot, I've never seen a username. But I guess we'll find out. Okay. What can we drop to go down here? What can we ditch? And definitely drop a couple of these torches. Ooh, I hate to drop a charcoal, and I actually hate to drop all this proper burn things, but we're gonna have to drop things one way or another. Because there is no way out of this predicament except up or down a mountaineering rope. I do not recognize that language. I feel like half of it is English, half of it is, I don't know, maybe Indian, maybe Philippine. Okay, what can we ditch? What else can we ditch? We don't actually have to drop much. So we can drink, we can eat, and maybe even be ready to go down. And take a nap, too. Yes, let's not pass time. Let's take a quick nap here. 3-hour nap. And we should be able to head down, but we need to be careful because I suspect we won't be able to head back up. And if we get trapped by a bear again, terrible things will happen. Okay. Do we see a bear? We don't see a bear, so let's head down and leave it at that. Too encumbered. How am I still too encumbered? I guess that's fine. We drink and we drop some water. I don't know what knee means, unfortunately. So apologies. Okay, this is one hell of a mountaineering rope. Jeez. To the point where I might actually... Yeah. Let's pause on this ledge just to make sure that there are no bears below. Okay, no bears. We leave. We're a little bit rumbly in our tumbly. I think we need to go back to the cave. Yeah, we need to head back to the cave, find some food, and make sure we don't lose this well-rested bonus, or well-fed bonus, I should say. We're always well-rested. And that ought to be in this direction. I think it's in this direction. One way or another. Oh, man. It turns out that dead internet theory is already here. It is already upon us. Yeah, bots abound, Larone. Still, no, I assume it's Larone. The other two options that I'm thinking of are Laramie, like Laramie, the city in somewhere in Oklahoma, and Laroni, like Jabroni. Okay, now I'm a little bit worried about getting into bear territory here. But I didn't see anything from earlier. I'm pretty sure I got ambushed by the bear by this tree trunk earlier. A couple of days ago. But it's looking clear so far. So we're going to head back to the cave system that I believe, and you probably know, whether or not it actually leads to Ash Canyon. Ash Canyon or Ash Valley, which is it? Ash Canyon. I think I left a little bit of food there. We can pick that up. And then head south. Ah, yeah, so... Ooh, perhaps. So I don't have Google Translate on right now. Let's just say Phyrexian. And, that might be a good idea. I'm thinking perhaps this is Italian. Usali le Google traduttore to understood me. I mean, it's got to be Italian, right? Okay, do we have a bear? No bears so far. Yeah, I'll have to look into that functionality. But at least for now, I don't know of any way to auto-translate things. Okay, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Yeah, in fact, I'm feeling so good. Before we hit the cave, let's take a detour. Isni Indali. Okay, I don't know. Perhaps that means it's Indian. Or, I don't know what the name of that language is. But I'm feeling confident enough to take a detour. Is that a... No, that's just a deer. Take a detour and put this... Yeah. Yeah, I think Google Translate is going to be the thing to do. Let's put this mountaineering rope down in the shortcut. It's windy, but it's not so windy that bear paw pads will be impossible to hear. Okay, and it's also getting to be a little bit on the dark side. Just a little bit. Call it a gray Jedi for now. Alright, now where is that shortcut? I think it's this way to the right. Yeah, there it is. Alright. So this is a load off, both metaphorically and literally. Because this gives us a slightly more direct path to move from not Timberwolf Mountain through Timberwolf Mountain and over to Ash Canyon. Okay. Back to the cave, get some food, take a nap, and then we'll head south. Now, we are pretty low on food stocks. Oki as Joe my big reap furrow. I wonder what that means. But at any rate, the current plan: find shelter, find food, nap, head south. I did see a fishing spot. I think we probably want to head to the fishing spot and just get fat on fish. Make huge fishing food stocks. And then we can explore the rest of the southern lower altitude areas at our leisure. We're not quite there yet. Not quite there. Okay, this is where the bear ganked us last time. Something, what is your language? Probably English, right? At least that's what I would that's what I would hope. Okay. Got the lantern. Now let's see, did we leave any food here? Yes, perfect. Whoops. Probably gonna have to eat both of these tonight. Tonight or in the morning. Okay, so let's grab a little bit more water. Put this back here, and let's nap until morning. Actually, probably just before morning, because I don't think we can sleep for more than 9 hours. What is your mame or your language? Let's see, pick up. Almost morning. We're traveling light. Okay. As long as it's not super foggy and cloudy, we should be pretty... Actually, let's just... Yeah, here we go. We should be pretty good to move south. Okay, not the best. Not the best situation. But as long as we can get to this mountaineering rope, I think we'll be on the safe side. Oh yeah, there we go. That's better. Yes. I do understand now. Were you just brute forcing different language translations to see which one would work? Because one way or another, it does work now. Oh, and actually, let me take this quick opportunity to change to, well, let's get off the rope first. To switch to the noir film setting. Give us a little bit more class, and also a little bit more contrast at night. Nice. Hopefully you can see a little bit better. And let me actually try to pronounce this name in one shot. I need to read it and buffer it in my brain for a second. Let's go with Phyrexgian zepidibora. N1P. Or is it NIP? Okay, yeah, here's the wolf. We heard the crows over it. We don't need the hide or the gut. I got turned around a little bit. So right now, we are here, where the mouse is. If we keep heading south with this cliff on our left, I suppose we'll eventually end up at this cave. I don't remember if I left anything here, but it's worth a check. And if not, we'll just keep heading south as long as we can. Eventually, we'll try to end up at this lake. We've got this stream which leads into a lake, and the lake has a fishing spot. And I want to fish because the tummy hungers. The stomach hungers, and it demands to be fed. There shouldn't be a bear down here. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't a bear. It just means that if there is, the game developers are trolling me. It wouldn't be the first time, and I'm sure if it happens, it won't be the last. But for now, let's just try to... let's just try to navigate in this darkness. Is this the cave? No. Not quite yet. That's not the cave either. Okay. I think this is the cave. This is looking suspiciously cave-like. Oh, your language is dying and its name is Tashiano. What, see, okay, this is a cave. I can't see inside. Tashiano. I don't recognize that at all, actually. Where exactly, well, where approximately, globe-wise, is that generally central located, would you say? Okay, continue. Just continue on the left here. Eventually the sun will come up. Yeah, that is actually a little bit unusual. I can't say I have ever heard of Tashiano before in my life. If the translation was just completely off before, that is, if Google or YouTube wasn't garbling things as you were typing them in before I saw them, I would have guessed that there's some kind of an Italian root. Actually, let me back up. The first time that I saw things, I would have guessed some sort of Southeastern Asian root, like Philippines, Malaysia, maybe. But then in the middle, it kind of had some Italian vibes. So I really have no bearing. Oh, is in Peru. Okay. Okay, so then actually, yeah, I really would not have guessed that. In fact, I don't think I would have guessed anything close to it. Based on available information. Okay, this looks like a dead end. Oh yeah. Alright. If I have ever seen a dead end... Oh no. Oh no. Am I feeling brave enough to go across this tree trunk? I think I'm feeling brave enough to go across this tree trunk. Hope you don't have vertigo. And with any luck, we can get up. This looks like it should be traversable. Yes. Okay. All right, well, welcome from, I guess, to Peru, because I'm not in Peru. So it's not welcome from Peru, it's welcome... No, it's welcome from Peru, not welcome to Peru. Yeah, the Tashiana is in Peru. Interesting. So I'd imagine that if it was like a the most common language version, it would just be, I don't know, Peruvian or Spanish or what have you. So I'd imagine that Tashiano, does that have indigenous roots? Like, is that old school? Let me think. I'm super weak on my indigenous South American empires, but let me think. Were the Inca in Peru? Or were they farther north? I feel like at one point I knew about a civilization that built pyramids, ziggurats, and other assorted edifices in Peru, but I don't remember the name of it if it wasn't the Incas. Because I know the Aztecs were farther north in, I believe, Mexico. And I can't see much of anything in this snow. It's foggy, it's dark, and the sun is not here yet. So I'm just kind of stumbling around in these... I can't tell if that's wind or running water that I hear. I think it's wind. Okay, so Peru, that should be... It should be, I guess, early afternoon for you guys. No, not quite early afternoon, maybe sometime around noon. And also, I suppose, Southern Hemisphere, so it's winter as well. Right, I heard an awoo, and that awoo was not too far in the thatward direction. So let's not go... Hacksaw. Been looking for one of these. Because with the hacksaw, you can open up these cargo containers. So let's see what it takes to open... Oh. That's actually kind of fast. So let's see if there's anything nice inside.
Is it food?
Airline food. So much air... Oh my god. Oh, and there's a second door? This is kind of decadent. Got anything good? Only 2 sodas?
Drop something.
There was a whole stash of airline foods and that one only had 2 sodas? I feel robbed. Okay, well... I'm listening for wolf paw pads. I don't hear any. So let's open up this container too. Anything good?
I could use this.
That is a lot of medical. And I don't think I needed any of it. Okay, what you got? Oh, that's not too bad. I mean, a lot of lighting, illumination, but also didn't need that too badly. Okay, I think we are somewhere around here. So I want to cut east, and I think I'm pointing east right now. I could be wrong.
Can't feel my feet.
Because the lake should be in this direction. Okay, it's still, I think, maybe a little bit better to have the noir mode on. Even though we're getting a little bit closer to daytime, visibility still isn't so good that I think the colors will be useful. Oh, that's a... I heard you, I don't see you. Where are you, punk? Are you invisible? Yeah, where actually are you? Did you... I think Buddy aggroed me. Yeah, Buddy definitely aggroed me without being able to see me. What the heck? Okay, well, let's just walk for now. If we can find somewhere that we can fight him that's a little bit better than here, we'll do that. But if we can lose him, we'll also do that. It would be nice to have the meat, but we don't need it too desperately. Okay, he is still chasing us. I feel like I'm in a slasher film. We're being chased by a wild animal through this very foggy forest. It's like a fever dream. You can barely see Buddy in the distance. Well, at least we have a bow and arrow, and even a flare gun if that runs out. Okay, I think this is the way to go. But it does look like it's getting a little bit steep. If it gets too steep to walk, that could be a problem. Yeah, this actually could be a problem. I don't want to break an ankle going up this, but we might not have another option. So once it gets steep, we'll burn a little bit of stamina just so we don't break something. There we go. Okay.
Wait.
Okay, Buddy barked, but does that mean he's chasing us now?
Up again.
I don't know. Maybe he gave up. He did not give up. As long as he's not sprinting at us. Okay, I think we're heading in the right direction. And where is Buddy? Yeah, homie is... Okay, so at this point we've walked far enough. I suspect we are within spitting distance of the lake, and I want to get to the lake before deciding how to deal with this guy. Perhaps it's over this hill. Half a mind tells me I should be following that downhill towards water, but I think we're not too far, or we're not far west enough yet. Yeah, I don't know. What would you do? What would Lerone do? This feels like it's not the right direction. Feels like it's the wrong way. Okay, we got rabbits. If this wolf aggroes on some rabbits, I think we'll have to turn around and deal with them. But they're running away, so I don't think that's going to happen. Come on, where is this lake? Surely if I just keep going downhill, I'll meet it eventually. Surely. You got some trees over there. I could also do with a cave. A cave would not go amiss right about now. Surely the lake is somewhere near here, right? How could it be so far away? Either that or I've been just walking in circles in this forest. It's like the lost woods from the Ocarina of Time. One wrong turn and you're doomed. Okay, this looks like a very open spot. How could there not be a stream at the bottom of this that we can follow? This feels illegal. Alright, more Owu behind. He's still chasing. And what is this? Does this look man-made? This is this is just another airplane part, isn't it? Yeah, certainly. Certainly that's an airplane part. Alright, seriously, where's this lake? Or where is any sort of shelter for that matter? Now, I'm not sure if he's getting closer or if the fog is starting to burn off. I think the fog might be lifting. Alright, I am completely lost. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the fog is lifting. If he wasn't chasing us, I'd go in the menu and turn noir mode off. But he is chasing. So we'll not do that right now. Wait, is that the land? Hold on now. Hold the phone. Did I recognize the landing gear just now? Okay. I know exactly where we are. It's another wolf. Did Buddy turn around? He didn't. Okay, here's the landing gear. I know where this is. Did I leave any food here? I might have left some food here. No, I just left a mountaineering rope. Okay, so somehow we went completely around the lake and missed all of it. But if the landing is here, no, that way goes to Pleasant Valley. It's not a cave. That way goes to the climbing rope. How are we on hypothermia? Not too bad on hypothermia. Okay, so as long as we don't faff around for too long, hypothermia is probably not going to be a concern. But I do want to find that lake. Alright, did he give up? Surely he gave up, right? I don't hear him, I don't see him. Okay. I think he gave up. Which means two things. One, I know where the lake is now. Unfortunately, we have 2 scent marks and there's a wolf in the way. But 2, we can turn regular mode back on. There we go. Yeah, regular mode is definitely much nicer during the day. Alright. Let's head over to that lake. I think if we can get inside the fishing cabin on the lake, that ought to give us enough protection from the cold that we are no longer freezing. So we can chill, unintended, in there while we fish. Yeah, 2 scent marks. I suspect that wolf we saw earlier, if it's not in front of us, it'll be hunting us. So we need to be careful going over these hills. Yeah, damn, I went completely around the lake, didn't I? I cannot believe that. I cannot believe I somehow managed to do that. On the plus side, we didn't get completely lost. On the downside, we kind of got completely lost. How's hypothermia looking? Yeah, we're fine. Just speed this up a little bit. Surely this lake is frozen over enough. And that looks like a wolf. That's definitely a wolf. That's another wolf. But is it gray or is it black? That's another wolf. Certainly, 3 wolves in such close proximity, it's got to be a gray wolf, a gray timber wolf. And I knew it. I saw this from afar. I thought, of course, if there's a dock, there must be a house nearby. And I think that's just what the doctor ordered. Okay, let's pop inside for a quick nip and a quick nap. But now I'm really thinking, how in the hell did I walk past all this? Is there really enough space? Okay, it's one of these cabins that's enterable like the bricklayers. No, you know what? I must have walked right over there. Oh, you've got to be kidding. You have got to be kidding. Another mountaineering rope. Well, I'll take it. Okay, and we're warming up. And a workbench. And a hunting knife. And some lore. A page from a climber's journal found near the base of Timberwolf Mountain. September 5th, arrived at the base of Timberwolf Mountain. Looks like there are some nice cracks. Just like Clive said, going up to set up a top rope and do some bouldering until the others show up. Hopefully soon. You know what? I feel like they should add climbing shoes to this, although they'd be really bad for walking around in. They should make it practically free to go up a rope. I think it might be worth it in this region. Wondering if my friends got lost as they still haven't returned. Uh-oh. Woke up in the night to a deafening noise and fire on the mountain. And hopefully you also noticed that none of your electronics worked, but that's certainly going to be the plane crashing. Went to check it out, but the weather got nasty and couldn't find my way. I know that feeling. September 7th. Clear day. I went out again. Found some metal cargo containers. They look like they might have come from a plane. There's still smoke coming from the summit. I'm heading out to see if I can make it to the peak and learn more about what's going on. Well, I wonder if you made it. Alright, let's actually take that. Yes! I love finding a simple arrow. Well, let me run that back. I love finding an arrowhead. I am ecstatic about finding a simple arrow. Even if it's low condition, they've got the arrowheads attached. Okay, so we got 2 beds, nice and snuggly. We got a fishing book. We got sewing kit. We got a down vest. Really only good for making cloth out of. Another note. Hashtag lore. Corpse with computer found. These coordinates can't be local, pitiable. Corpse with computer. I haven't found a corpse with a computer. Aha. Hey, wait a second. I've been there before. Oh, but not quite this far over. I guess we need to go into the chasm cave in order to find it, because memento hint means the memento isn't right there, but it's nearby, or at least it's along that path. Okay. We'll take all this food. More sewing kits. More cloth. Another storm lantern. Alright, so you know what? I think that storm lantern's going to be for the chasm cave. We got one in the through caves, so from Triskelion cave, which is here. So this is a cave, but it's not an entrance. This is a cave entrance, so it's from here to Triskelion. Or is this a cave entrance? No, this is a cave entrance. So this cave entrance, we can walk to Triskelion, and then we can walk up to our shortcut and get to the cave system to Ash Valley. Or this cave also leads down into the valley to the chasm. You can hit that from there too. And this cave has a storm lantern at the bottom. Cave system here has a storm lantern. And now we can leave this storm lantern at the chasm cave to explore that more. Okay. Oh my goodness, look at all this firewood. This is actually a pretty sweet spot. And matches. My goodness. Literally everything I could dream of. Actually, not everything. I could also dream of a 6-burner wood stove. Another hacksaw. Actually, let's check. We opened up 4 containers with the first hacksaw. And it started... Oh my. I thought that first hacksaw started at 80%, and if it's already down to 60... If it's already down to 60, we might actually need this extra hacksaw if we head back up to the summit, because there were a lot of boxes up there. Okay, yeah, so these guys over here, I still can't tell 100%, but those look a heck of a lot like timber wolves. I don't think they're dark enough to be the black solo wolves. All right, well... This place is going to be a base. A based base. Which means we can start dropping stuff. Probably. Maybe. Like all of these flares. Man, I don't need so many flares. And those can go on the ground. Let's keep 1 flare. Lantern oil, we can actually start filling this guy back up. Because if we do any amount of fishing, we will be rolling in lantern oil from all the fish. Ooh, actually, that's kind of low condition. I almost have half a mind to repair this storm lantern, but I don't have any scrap metal. Unless? No. Storm lanterns don't break, do they? Surely they don't break. So that will be fine. Or at least I'll pretend that it'll be fine. Okay, so while we wait for this weather to clear up, let's do some chores, like harvesting these broken arrows. Let's also... Do we take a nap? Do we read? Or do we start cooking? We just picked up some matches, so I guess let's celebrate by cooking this venison that we've picked up along the way. So first, take your charcoal. Second, start the fire. Stick. And then we can do some cooking and start making some water. Get a water supply set up.
Come on.
All right, first order of business. Fuel. I guess we really do have to use the coal, huh? Unfortunate. Second order of business. Let's get going on some water. Third order of business. M-E-A-T. Meat. Got someone I would like you to meet. And it's meat. Okay. 40 minutes on that. I think actually, if there's a tree limb somewhere nearby, we'll break that down. And yeah, I think over here. Yeah. No, or is that just a regular tree? I think that's just a regular tree I saw. Well, we can take some sticks. Definitely need more burn time. Huh. Okay. Kind of pushing it a little bit. But we're not going so slow that that meat should burn. Yeah, cedar limb, this is okay. Not the worst thing in the world. Would have preferred a fir. But it's good enough. Now let's get back before that meat burns. Yeah, these guys, they cannot be black wolves. Black wolves do not congregate like that. Which means we might have to fight them. Alright, how's our meat? Good. And let's continue cooking.
You could eat anything.
You could eat anything, like this venison. Phew! Whoa! Sneeze. Okay, you're not boiled yet. You're cooking. Eat all this delicious food. Delicious vinicue. And also, let's not accidentally let the fire burn down this time, huh? Although 3 hours should be plenty. Plenty for all of our purposes here. Okay, now, let's drop all the air... Let's put all the airline food inside so that maybe, hopefully, it doesn't ruin. What else can we put inside? Let's put a pin in that. And unpin all this delicious food. A last cook. And I think let's go fishing. Yeah, I feel like fishing is a good idea right now. Because this location is so close to that fishing hole, it's going to be easy to drag fish back and forth. Super easy. The only concern is getting hunted by that pack of timber wolves. I actually kind of... Well, hold on now. Hold on. Buddy. Buddy, you can see the airplane crash from here. How can you not have known what it was before you went to climb up? Although in other news, that mountain is a lot less high than it seemed climbing up it. But this is actually kind of a cute spot. All right. Let's get this cooking, and then you know what? As long as it's not too bad weather, there's nothing wrong with fishing at night. Stair Striker, welcome. Although I don't know if all is necessarily the correct... it's not a pronoun, but whatever kind of noun. It might just be you and me. Just the two of us. We can make it if we fry. Calling me a goober? How dare you compliment me so profoundly. How very dare. But so far we are actually kind of in a good spot. If you had arrived 15 minutes earlier, we wouldn't have been in a very nice spot because we would have been freezing to death, walking through a 19... Well, I mean, the question is, you know, is it just us? Who knows? I actually don't know. The last person to talk was, I'm not entirely sure how to pronounce it. I pronounce it as Phyrexian Zepidabora. But he was around. I'm not sure if he's still here. If he is, welcome. I guess continue to be welcome. But about 15 minutes, we were being chased by a wolf through some serious Friday the 13th scary get lost in it forest fog while freezing to death. But we found this cozy little cabin. And we're about to make a base out of it. Yeah. Yeah, so now you're basically caught up to date on the current lore. All right. And ooh, you know what? Soon. No. If I didn't completely miss that, unfortunately there were no embers. Probably would have continued boiling that water, but it is what it is. Okay, so next order of business is drink. Next order of business is drop a bunch of stuff. And then we sleep until probably around midnight, honestly. Okay, let's drop some water. Drop it like it's cold. And what else can we drop? We can drop a mountaineering rope. Because that's something we're carrying around. Or was it? Wait, no. No, we're not carrying it around. Okay, I was crazy insane momentarily. You dare. You dare. How very dare. Okay, let's see. So, I don't know if you've played The Long Dark before, but the more you carry, the slower you move. And what I want to do when we wake up in the night is go over to that fishing cabin. And I want to fish. And fish are heavy. So I want to be able to carry a lot of stuff. So what can we drop here? We can drop probably all of these books. We'll drop all the books. We can temporarily drop these hacksaws. We can drop flask. Return the flask. We can drop the lantern. Drop this book. How are we still so heavy? Wait, we do have a scrap metal, so we can repair the lantern. We'll do that later. What is so heavy here? Firewood can get dropped over here. I just want to keep things at least a little bit. Hee. Yes, I did need the replay. Not played all content. Well, you know what? That is exactly the situation that I've been in. So here's the deep lore. Let's get this little... So, the deep lore is, the first time I played this game, it was years ago, like actual years ago. And so you know this game came out episodically, right? The first time I played it and the first time I did the survival mode. I think it was right before the first episode came out. So I went through, and there was something like, region-wise, I think there was maybe Pleasant Valley, Mystery Lake, Mountain Town, Crumbling Highway, and Desolation Point. Maybe not even Pleasant Valley. It might just have been Mountain Town, Mystery Lake, Highway, and Desolation Point. Not Crumbling Highway, Coastal Highway. And so I played a little bit of survival there, and then the first episode came out. I played the first episode and then put the game down. I might not have even finished the first episode. But then I came back a couple of months ago after the 5th episode came out, and I didn't actually realize it came out. It was coincidental, serendipitous. Is that an adjective? The adjective version of serendipity is what I meant to say. But I basically, since going through all the episodes, I started up this survival mode, and I've been going through all of the regions, just basically, how do I move? Where's the, here. Basically just exploring and surveying all the regions. And so far, I've done everything except Timberwolf Mountain, which we're currently in, and Ash Canyon. So I'm almost done going through all of the survival mode content. And this is without the DLCs. And once I do that, I think I'm going to try all of the challenges and see how those go. But for now, we're trying to not starve. And the way we do that is by figuring out what is taking up all of our carry weight. I guess we did pick up a ton of medical from that plane thing. So we can drop a bunch of this. Yeah, this is so many antibiotics. And we do not need this antiseptic. So I guess the question is, compared to... Yeah, DLC not got yet, me neither, like I said. And the storyline added 2, 3 is when you did the storyline last. Yeah, so that... I don't actually know the timetable for when they released those. But I'd imagine that they've probably added... You know what? My last crampons broke, and I forgot to put these crampons on. I keep getting in the way of my own point. But yeah, so there's probably a decent amount of stuff that got added, Stair, since you last, I guess, played, or if you are going now. There's probably a bunch of stuff that neither of us have seen. Okay, so let's think. We have, so our maximum comfortable carry weight is 40. Sorry for bad spelling. I mean, dyslexia and, what have you, not a big deal. One of the beautiful things about the English language is, or maybe it's not about the English language, maybe it's just about the human brain generally, is a lot of the time you can actually just read through, and even if things are, not spelled correctly or letters aren't in the right order, your brain can decode it for you. At least mine can sometimes. You may have seen things online like, there's, something you have to read quickly, and then at the end it says, and you probably didn't even notice none of the words were spelled correctly. So we can figure it out one way or the other. Okay, let's think here. What else can we ditch? Where's all this weight coming from? I guess there's a bunch of stuff here, but how much is there really? All right, here's the plan. Here's what we do. We can temporarily store the bear skin. We can also store the flare pistol because we have our bow. And what else can we do? We can put these clothes in too. All right, so we have 31 carry weight. That's a lot of fish we can carry. So let's sleep for as long as we can. As long as we can, and let's go fishing. Assuming, of course, it's not pitch black outside. All right, this is enough visibility for me. I'm comfortable with this fishing-wise. Maybe eat some food so we don't starve. All right. Yeah, this is okay. Let's skew to the right so those little fluffy knife machines don't find us. And just fish until morning. In fact, we'll probably fish most of the day away. Yeah, non-crafted workbenches in the world, which give you tier 2 or 3. Yes, yes. Okay. So those workbenches are, there is, well, let me back up. So things that are new since I first played, workbench-wise, is there is, I think, a woodworking workbench, which is going to let us make furniture. There's an ammunition workbench, which will let you basically reload the ammunition. So all of the guns in this game, they're either bolt action or revolver. So it's a controllable way for you get to choose more or less when you drop the spent casing, and you can pick the spent casings up. And the ammunition workbench lets you do three things. It lets you make gunpowder out of sulfur, charcoal, and what's the last thing? Sulfur, charcoal, and stump remover. Whatever's in stump remover. I guess some kind of acid. It lets you melt lead into bullets, and it lets you reload your spent shell casings with bullets and gunpowder. I kind of wish it would give you the option to, do an overpressure plus P round, but I suppose that's maybe a little bit spicy. So that's 2 of the benches. And the third thing is not a workbench per se, unless I'm missing something. But the third thing is a mill. So like a milling press. And what that lets you do is it lets you fix these manufactured, so like the manufactured hatchet, the manufactured hunting knife. It lets you fix those with scrap metal, which is fantastic because normally the only way you can fix these things is by sharpening them with a whetstone, right? But whetstones, at least to my knowledge, are non-renewable resources. So if you find all the whetstones and you use them all up, then that's it. No more whetstones. So at that point, eventually, your hatchets and hunting knives will slowly deteriorate and they'll break, and you'll not be able to have them. And so in order to get an axe or a knife, you'll have to go through the entire struggle of gathering coal, finding a heavy hammer, gathering scrap metal, and then smelting improvised versions of these things. And of course, the improvised versions, they're not as good as the regular versions. And they also take scrap metal. So with the milling press, with the mill, you can indefinitely repair these higher quality manufactured hatchets and knives with only, I'm forgetting the word, right, with only scrap metal. And scrap metal, I think, does occasionally respawn in caves and mines. So it's effectively an infinite way of maintaining these high quality equipments. Okay, what do we got? Got anything good? Scrawled message, a memento with a survival hint. Another memento cache, huh? Have to make the canyon before dark? Howling went all night, illegible writing. Well, someone got eaten by a wolf. Damn, and we've been up here too? I suppose have to make the canyon by dark. Well, we'll put a pin in that. Actually, let's think about this. Does this make any sense? The note says have to make the canyon by dark. Now that canyon could be one of 2 things. One, it could be this little canyon here between this climbing zone and the Triskelion Cave. 2, the Triskelion Cave's third entrance or exit leads down, and this is like kind of a canyon, and it even says, where is it? No. Triskelion Cave goes here, and then this clearing leads to Chasm Canyon. I wonder how a note all the way, I guess we haven't surveyed it yet, but all the way over here in the lake could refer to a hint here and possibly a canyon here or here. Alternatively, because I just had a brain blast, have to make it to the canyon. Perhaps the memento hint refers to the cave system, which leads to, would you know, Ash Canyon. I'm feeling very smart right now. So if you know where that memento is, don't tell me, because it's probably not where I think it is, and I want to feel smart for at least a little bit longer. All right. what we came out here to do to begin with is one, firearm cleaning kit. Always nice to have. Is one, fish. Another hatchet, huh?
I could use this.
We could use it, but we don't need it, so we'll leave it there. Grape soda. All right. Fish. Open. Let's see. I want to know exactly how much condition the pry bar loses when we open a full fishing hole. So we have 71% here. Let's open it up and see what percentage we end up with. Choppity chop chop chop. Choppity chop chop chop. Chop 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 chop. Choppity chop chop chop. All right. 71% to nice. 69%. So 2% to open up a fishing hole. Not bad. Not bad. But I guess you can't open up an infinite number of fishing holes and not have things break. Okay, so let's start by just fishing for a couple of hours. Yeah. And let's not use a lure yet. It's going to get a little bit chilly. I'm hoping that it warms up once the sun comes out. Fishing line snap. What are the odds? I feel like the odds are low. It got colder. Okay.
Looks like I survived another night.
So we'll get through this. I don't want to stay out here for the whole time. Let's head back and warm up. Partially because it got foggy and I hope I didn't go to the wrong side of the lake. Do we have... Alright, there's our dock. Okay. Safe. Dock there means house here. Okay. So we have one fish. I was kind of hoping to have more fish. But maybe we'll just wait till it gets a little bit warmer. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we can sleep this fog off. And then we'll head back and fish for longer. And in fact, because it's day, we'll also pop one of these charcoals. One thing that they added, I don't believe it was there when I first played, was... One, I don't remember if there was a map, but if there was a map, I think it was automatically uncovered, as opposed to requiring surveys to uncover things. Okay, not the best charcoal I've ever seen, but not the worst either. Let's drop a fish outside. Drop. All right. Okay, so we are not worried at all about burning fatigue bar on sprinting. Normally I wouldn't do this. And that's a wolf in the forest over there. No, that's a deer. Yeah, that's a deer. Okay. Yeah, that's too... You know what? Let's think. It really does look too dark to be a timber wolf. But how could there be 3 black wolves in a pack? That's not how they roll. But it's too dark. It can't be a timber wolf. Well, I guess I'm just going to have to live my life perpetually confused. Okay, break, break, break. And fish, fish, fish. Lots of fishing, an obscene amount of fishing. Look at how tiny... Wait, hold on. Expert angler, catch 4 different rare fish. This doesn't look like a rare fish. This looks like a goober. Okay. And I kind of want to check that achievement to see what other fish it thinks I caught. Oh yeah. Smallmouth bass. It's bassed. How rare can it really be if we caught 2 of them? 3 of them. These aren't rare fish. We've caught more of these rare fish than other fish. Okay. 3 scent marks. Let's go quick. I don't want to get caught. Oh, Buddy's already hunting us. Buddy is already hunting us. So let's get inside and hope he can't. Yeah, 100% Buddy is hunting us, even though we were downstream. Or not downstream, downwind. Surely he'll give up once we're inside, right? Oh yeah, look at him scamper. Look at him scamper. Okay, I think he gave up. He did not give up.
Almost anything about now.
He did not give up. Alright. Let's hop inside and see if he stops following. But first, let's drink this soda. I guess he is still coming, huh? It's a good thing this thing has a door. Actually, I'm not going to give you this fish. It's my fish. Nice try, bud. Okay. Start the fire again. Kind of wish I had gotten some firewood. But the original stock should be okay. And fish cook pretty fast, too. So I don't think we're in too bad of a situation, firewood-wise. Cedar and then most of the sticks. Let's see how long these fish take to cook. A golden-eye fish. Pretty fast. Pretty fast. So we go from 357 calories, like the caliber of my revolver, to 510. Not bad.
Too heavy.
Not bad, pig. Not bad. And we can just do some more water, just to be completely obscene about it and not have to worry about it for a long time. Yeah, I hear you, punk. As long as you didn't grow thumbs and learn how to open a door, then they say good doors make good neighbors. And this door is pretty good. Okay. So on the plus side, those are black wolves confirmed, which means they're not going to aggro and all try to swamp at the same time. The downside is I think their noses are a little bit better than timber wolves. But as long as we're quick going back and forth between the fishing hut and the house, I think we should be safe. I think we should be safe as long as we're quick. Which is nice. It is perhaps somewhat annoying to have to be technically proficient to use this as a base without having to worry about getting caught by those wolves, but it's better to have it be that situation than the situation where you're going to get caught by the wolves no matter what you do. Okay, and now we can just cook. 25. Probably have to add another stick. Yeah. Okay. 2 minutes. Is this going to go directly out or is it going to turn into embers? Although, you know, I am just realizing, with those wolves out there, I'm not sure if I'm confident enough. You don't have to drop anything, Mackenzie. Oh, it does go to embers. With those wolves outside, I don't know if I'm confident enough to leave this fish on the ground out here, where it could be cold and not ruin fat quickly. But I might have to.
The sun's setting.
Hmm.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Well, hold on. What's Buddy doing over here? Is Buddy stuck? He's gonna cramp my style if he just sits there this whole time. Well, let's eat some of this rare fish. Delicious. Deficious. We eat, we drink, we be merry, among other things. Okay, so I guess that goldeneye fish is actually pretty deep. Okay, so Buddy is heading back. Good. The goldeneye fish is pretty decent for calories to weight considerations. All right. drop some of this. We will have to sleep. Where are we going to drop this fish? I guess we can drop it here and hope it's safe. And then... What are we going to do? I think what we're going to do is we're going to read into the night. Yeah, we're going to read into the night and then see if we can align our sleep schedule to wake up at dawn. Luckily, we have all this literature. I don't think we can use all of it. For example, the sewing primer, I'm pretty sure we're already a god tier seamstress. Let's find out. We are not a god tier seamstress. So let's just keep reading as long as it lets us. I think we might just straight up finish the book. Even though it's... Let's see how bright it is and how screwed Mackenzie's vision and eyesight's going to be. Oh my god, can you imagine reading when it's this dark outside? Mackenzie is... either got some extremely strong eyes, or he needs glasses, or will need them very soon. Okay, but now we can certainly sleep at least until early morning. Maybe even mid-morning if we're lucky. Don't forget to hydrate. Alright, nice weather. Still 3 fluffs over there. 1, 2,
That guy who drank his own pee doesn't seem so crazy right now.
So you can kind of tell how long this game has been in development by the Bear Grylls reference. He hasn't been relevant in a long time. Okay. So we can definitely just spend a while fishing and really stocking up on food in this at this location. Fish aren't great for transporting calories, but... and they're also not good for storing, so it's kind of like... the balance point of fish is... they're easy to get and safe to get as long as you don't have a bunch of wolves nearby the fishing hole. But they're heavy. Oops, did not mean to use the knife. But they're heavy and they don't last very long. So they're not super strong for storage. It's kind of a give and take. All right. 5 hours of fishing, we'll use the lure this time. Aha. Look at you, a fresh lake whitefish. I'd call it a fresh pond whitefish, but what do I know? More whitefish. Delicioso. Line snapped. That feels improbable. Probably only fish for 3. Because we don't want to lose this well-fed.
Food.
Yeah, calorie-wise, it's not a great efficient use of time. But it is safe. A fresh smallmouth bass. Hefty size. That is a pretty chunky fish, actually. 1,000 calories, 3.5 kilos. Not half bad. All right. Delicious condensed milk. The sweetness. Not great for your teeth, though. Okay. If it's sunny, it's not sunny. I was going to say if it's sunny, we're going to try and start a fire with... what's the word I'm looking for? The magnifying lens. But it was not sunny, so we're not going to do that.
Wonder if I can drop
Oh man, look at all these fish, jeez.
It's getting dark out here. Time to look for shelter.
I mean, it is supposed to be better fishing during dusk. Ooh, that was like a grouper or something. We're going to have to check that out. That's a blizzard. Okay. I believe this is the way we go. And we're also very fat. Hopefully we're not getting chased in the blizzard by a wolf. Yeah, here's the shore. And I think the dock should be to the right here. Let's try to get inside, 1, before we freeze, and 2, before we get soaked. 3 before we get frostbite, and 4 before we get caught by that wolf that I'm sure is chasing us. 3 scent marks, how could it resist? Dock, which means this way. Okay, almost walked past the house. Would not have been good. Oops. Weird geometry to get stuck on. Alright. That'll do. Let's get some fish. Get some fish, eat some fish. And see what the deal is with that grouper. That grouper looking thing. Yeah, what is this? Fresh burbot. Bottom dwelling freshwater fish can grow to impressive size.
Weigh me down.
Well, it is 4.25 kilograms, so that is an impressive size. Alright. You know what? I forgot to get firewood. Let's see if we can read. Yeah, we've got water. Let's see if we can read till the morning. If it's sunny, we'll use the magnifying lens. If not, we'll go out and see if we can find some more firewood. And to read, we need a book. And the book we need is, I suppose... So field dressing, we definitely don't need this. I am a master field dresser. Okay. And so then we just have... Funds. Prep for 2. Yeah, how can you read... Oh... I hear those pitter-patters. I hear Buddy outside here. Not eating our fish, is he? He sounds very close to the right. I want to make sure he's not eating our fish, but I also don't want to go out. Okay, the fish are fine. The fish have been secured. He must be just underneath these rocks somewhere. Okay, well, you know what? I don't think he has opposable thumbs, so we're going to continue reading. For 3 more hours, and then we sleep. Okay. We should be able to sleep until around noon, I'd imagine. Slurp. Alright. Let's get it done. Oh, you know what? I guess there's some fish outside we can eat, but that's pretty close to being starving. Hey, don't worry about it, man. Phone calls are more important than hearing whatever audio this is. Alright. Are we still being trolled by this wolf? Let's find out. We need this fish. Oh, I hear you, punk. Oh, right over there, huh? Alright, so the weather is inclement, and the wolf is inclement. I'm really enjoying that this place came stocked with a bunch of firewood right about now. Really taking advantage of that. Okay.
Surrounded by snow.
Surrounded by snow and drinking it, it seems. Alright, we're definitely going to need some of this firewood. How much? Remains to be seen. A hooing section, so I'm guessing maybe a long section is perhaps the thing. So what do we want? We want stick. Use the last stick, the final stick, the ultimate stick that saved us all. Alright, and add this for firewood. And let's just get down with the business. Cooking all this fish. Oh yeah, the wolf howling. Yeah, Buddy is just going to be chilling out there, is he? I don't think he knows how to get up to the door, luckily. But if he's going to be sitting over there, that's going to be a problem. I want to go and get that... Yeah. Hey, hold on. That's illegal, $350 fine. But yeah, Buddy's just going to be chilling over there. That could be a problem. Could very well be a problem. Let's just let him do his thing while we do our thing over here. Okay, cook, cook, cook. I was actually getting a little bit worried about the low lantern fuel situation earlier, because there's a lot of lanterns that I'm beginning to use nowadays. But with all these fish, surely we're getting our lantern fuel up. Okay. You hear that? That wasn't a proper Olu, so by law, we can't arrest him for that one. Alright. You're cooked, you're cooked. All these cooking slots. And how much time? 21 minutes on the fire and only one thing to cook? Perfect. Let's close the door to make sure the fire doesn't get blown out. So this... Our cooking skill is so high, this timer should go a bit faster than real life, so the fire should actually... Yeah, the fire should actually last us long enough, and if it doesn't, I'm hoping the embers will finish cooking this gamey smallmouth bass raw. Yeah, look at this. What is this? So 700, 1400, 2000, 2500, 3000, 3700, 4400. We have about 5,500 calories on us right now, plus whatever these two are. Okay, and it did cook by the embers. Perfect. So let's toss these fishes back. Buddy, can you just stop loitering over there? Yeah, let's see. Let's do a fluff count. Fluff number 1. Fluff number... Wait, hold on. Fluff 1, 2, 3. There were 3 over there earlier. Fluff 4. Where did fluff 4 come from? What the actual fluff? What the actual fluff? Alright. First order of business. Firewood. We need it. And it's better to get it while we don't have any scent marks luring anything fluffy nearby. The nibbling time is not now. The nibbling time is not upon us. Wait, hold on. 5 fluffs? You see 5 fluffs? Where's the 5th fluff? If there's a 5th hidden fluff, that could be a problem. So 3 across the lake. 1, 2, 3. 4 over there, kind of threateningly looming, menacing. Where's 5? Is it... Oh. Ooh. Ooh, okay. Ooh. I was quite worried. I was seriously concerned. Seriously concerned there for a moment. But if that's the way it is, that's not a bad way to be. Alright, let's break down one of these branches. One of these cedar limbs. Good. Actually, 2 of them. Break 2 down. Then we'll have so much firewood. So much firewood you couldn't even dream of this. I keep getting stuck on this tiny little bump of geometry. This is one of the things that I'm used to it, but I'm not over it. They decided to let you have like the least amount of ankle height clearance when you're walking over things in this game. It can be very frustrating at times. All right, firewood. We're dropping it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And most, if not all of these sticks. We'll keep 2 sticks for an emergency. And how are we weight-wise? We're good on weight. So let's drink some and continue fishing. And actually eat this too. Right. I think one more good run of fishing, and we should be ready to strike out tomorrow and do some exploration. get some more of this map filled out. Because right now we've only got this one little area down here. There's kind of a third over here. We've got the charcoals to handle it. But do we have the safety and the weather? That's the real question right now. Okay. So, let's chop-de-chop chop. Pry bar, U-bar. Actually, there's two main goals right now. First main goal is survey all this southern area like I just mentioned. Second main goal, now that we have all of these hacksaws, there are various airplane containers scattered all over the place up in these northern areas, especially on the summit. I want to end up there getting some exploration on to see if we can find anything nice in those containers. So that's the two things that I want to do before leaving this region. Snapped. Rude. Luckily, I was absolutely filthy in making small bass. Filthy in making fishing lines. Back when I was at my main base at the coastal highway. Oh, that sounds like an aurora. Which means these are bath salts wolves. Oh my. Look at them go. Look at them go. Let's fish for a minute and hope this aurora leaves. Because if these guys get our scent, we're gonna have a bad time. Okay, and we're low on water, but that's fine. Okay, and I think the aurora also ended. Okay. Yeah, what is this? A frit? This is like a shiny fish. Okay. It is dark AF, Jesus. But not as foggy as it was before. But it's a good time to turn on the noir visual setting. Ta-da! For slightly increased contrast. Very slightly increased.
I'd eat snow if the hypothermia wouldn't kill me.
Speaking of eating snow, with all this freshly fallen snow, I feel like you should be able to just eat snow and not have to worry about it. They're all bad aurora wolves. So, you know how normal wolves they'll, hunt you, and then if you get too close or you run away for too long, they'll chase you, and then they'll pounce and try to give you a snuggle? Well, aurora wolves are basically, imagine that, but on bath salts. And I'm sure you can imagine what the conclusion looks like.
Feels like a lot of gear.
It's not something you want to be caught out in the open dealing with. Actually, this buddy who's just over this hill is probably hunting us right now. So we need to be quick. Because if he jumps around one of these corners, he'll probably pounce immediately. Okay, I think... Yeah, I don't know where the door is. I'm just going to kind of walk in the darkness. Oh, hold on. Actually, what I'm going to do is turn around, and if we keep moving, we hit the door. There we go. Okay. Water. Where's the water? To the right of the bed, somewhere. On the ground, somewhere. Surely. There we go. Water bottle. Okay, drink. Sleep until morning. Can we sleep until morning? Yeah, we can sleep until morning. And then we'll cook. I cannot lose the bed. Here we go. We'll sleep for 9 hours or so. You know, a good 9-hour nap. You know how that goes. Yeah, better tip wolf. It's basically a very angry wolf that won't say no to a snuggle. So it's all about the struggle snuggles. Yeah, so this is Nor. Nor is like, it's like a black and white, slightly higher contrast. I like Nor during the night But during the day, I prefer the visuals to be normal. There's also a heritage mode. The heritage mode it's interesting. It was designed to resemble, and it says this in the description, it was designed to resemble those sort of old school 70s or 80s cameras that you would see in the like in nature documentaries, where things were kind of a little bit fuzzy, more gold than they probably actually were, and you know, a little bit of just blurriness with the RGB, and it actually nails the feeling quite well. The problem is it makes things harder to see, to the point where if I played with this on for too long, I'm pretty sure that I would eventually get eye strain or get some kind of eye damage. But it is, I think, very accurate to the sort of experience it's going for. But I don't like it. I do not like looking at it. It makes me, I feel like I'm going to get a headache if I use it for too long. This is better, in my opinion. Okay, unfortunately, we didn't get sunny. We did not get sunny weather, which means we are going to have to burn one more of our precious, sweet baby matches. Not the end of the world. We're also getting a little bit low on water. Not the end of the world, but also not the best. We do have a whole bunch of wood matches, though. So even though we're running out of cardboard matches, I'm still feeling safe. All right. Crackle, crackle, pop. And, whoa.
Come on.
Feels more orange than usual. I'm kind of concerned. All right, definitely going to have had at least one more cedar, a couple of sticks, and we'll do water on one side, and we'll do fish on the other. It's actually a big fish here, and we'll eat it. More fish. More fish. And we'll eat this one too. 1,025 calories. Not half bad. Not half bad. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 9 fish. 9 fish left. So, might actually need to put more fire on the fire. We'll see. We shall see. With the way these menus are set up and the way that the timing goes, or the things, whether they're, you know, whether they finish at the same time or if they're off cycle from each other, I call this like a cooking rhythm game that I'm not good at. The menus are a little bit awkward to navigate. To me, anyway. 27 minutes. Definitely going to need another firewood. Okay. Yeah, definitely getting ahead of the calorie situation on this day of cooking. What have we here? A big fish.
This
Okay.
pack is getting too heavy to carry.
I think this is enough water for at least a while. Yeah, 6 liters. Not bad. Not bad. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Probably have 9 or 10 liters of water free here, which is a good amount. 28 minutes, and we have how many more fish? 2 more fish to cook. Okay. We can modulate this with sticks. How much time? 30 minutes and 19. 1 stick will do it. Alright. Let's go! 3 minutes, 2 minutes. Yeah, that's perfect. Perfection. Absolute perfection. Right. We got food. A lot of food, actually. Drop some out here for preservation purposes. Most of it. Yeah, this is fine. Let's grab a tiny little snack of water. And ask ourselves, where in the hell is the pack that was across the lake right now? It's not like they disappeared. They've got to be somewhere. Where are they? Where the heck are they? Yeah, where are these wolves? Well, that's concerning. At any rate, we are now pretty okay on our food situation. So the next order of business, I believe, is let's survey this area to the south and the west and hope we can take care of it before a blizzard rolls in. He says as he hears the wind that almost certainly denotes a blizzard rolling in. Yeah, look at the visibility is really tanking right now. So if it's not already too late, it might already be too late. Well, let's try to be quick. Assuming that as long as it doesn't get foggy right now, this should be enough visibility to do one charcoal, maybe at the top of this hill over here, if we can get there. Okay, so those are the rabbits. Yeah, we definitely walked exactly this way. I think I remember going past that tree stump and past those rabbits when we were running from that wolf earlier. But then I think we went to the left here instead of the right, where we would have seen the cabin. Very unfortunate. All right, let's go fast so we don't break a leg. And safe. Unless perhaps we went over this way. No, I don't think we did. I think we almost did, but I don't think we did. I think we went the other way. All right. Okay, that's good. And if you see how the shadow here is very hard between the sepia color of the map and the black zone, that to me almost certainly means that is a pure map edge. And it looks like we dodged a blizzard. So what I want to do is let's go west first and fill out that area. It should just take a single charcoal if we can find a good vantage point. And then I want to head over there. I think I might see a cave, but I can't tell. Let's not stay on this for very long, please. Can we grab a... No, we're definitely going to break an ankle here. Come on, thank goodness. That could have been bad. But I think we lost our vantage point. Might take one or two, probably 2 charcoals to get this area. Yeah, I think we're right about here. Let's get into the middle of this clearing, and that should be a good spot for it. Okay, surely if this violin music is playing, there can't be any wolf nearby threatening us, right? There is only one scent mark, so we shouldn't be hunted too strongly. And that looks like a cheeky little cave over there. Let's check. Okay, first off, though, pop a char. A Charmander. Alright, not... Well, I guess it was going to end up being 2 anyway. At least that's what I'll tell myself to cope. And is this actually a cave, or is this just a nook? I think it's just a nook. Yeah, it's just a nook. Okay, which means the top of this hill ought to be where we pop that charcoal. You know what? I forgot to put a storage mark back at that cabin. I'm sure I won't forget, but I should put it there just to put a pin in it. Alright, now, it looks like there's a little bit unsurveyed over here, but it's close enough to the transition back to Pleasant Valley that I don't particularly care enough to pop another charcoal over here to fill it out. I think that's sufficient. Okay. Yes. Now, there is our... Where is it? Here. There's the landing gear below us. I think we take the mountaineering rope that's at the landing gear and we bring it back to the cabin. So that's going to be the first order of business. Then we can survey to the south a little bit more. And eventually...
This pack is getting kind of heavy.
Okay, where are we? Yeah, so right now we are here at the landing gear. Eventually we head north past the landing gear up to one of these climbing zones. Probably this one. Because I'm almost certain that on this smaller plateau up here, or this ledge, this whatever you call it, by the engine maybe, I think there are a couple of more containers, cargo containers. And I want to open them now that I have hacksaws. Yeah, all of this area was revealed somewhat impotently by the scenic vista at Andre's Peak. Not too much over here. Although I do know somewhere to the north, not that far, there is a bear on the same level here. Okay, so if we continue here, we're probably going to end up, yeah, going over here. Let's actually do that. Get a little bit closer to the lake and pop a charcoal. Hopefully not so close that we can draw aggro from those wolves that, for whatever reason, were not in their previous haunt. Yeah, no wolves. Next, I want to go up there. I saw some acorn trees. And I also want to get that vantage point, get high up. It should make the surveying a little bit more efficient. Okay, never mind. The wolf pack is back. Which means we should be safe to go around on the left. I was worried that the wolves would be up the hill. For whatever reason. Okay, that's good. That is very good. Let's check over here, just make sure there isn't a container that I missed. And I don't think there is. No. No, there's not. There's nothing here. Alright, to the hill. Up to the hill, please. Alright, now, I'm going to jinx myself. Those three wolves at the lake are still at the lake. The wolf that was back by the cabin is AWOL. Completely missing. No idea where he is. I think this hill up here to the left might be completely safe. We might be able to just walk up there. I guess it'd be... Ooh, there are cargo containers up there. We'll walk up there, check the containers, pop a charcoal, see what that reveals, and then continue around clockwise. Popping charcoals around the lake, then we'll end up back at the cabin. Once we're at the cabin, we can either sleep, might need to sleep, or we can head south. Probably will need to sleep. Because the fatigue meter is not super happy right now. Are we clear? We are clear. Alright, now, that does not look passable. That looks too steep. So we'll go around to the left and see if we can find a more gentle slope. Gladden, welcome. We're on a quest to not be eaten by wolves. And I suppose, how are you? The answer to that question currently is fine. I'm warm, maybe a little bit too warm. I'm a little bit tired. I'm a little bit hungry. But I believe I'm safe, which is usually when you are in the most danger. But so far it's looking okay. Yeah, this gnarled looking... Well, two things. One, this gnarled looking thing ought to have some acorns under it. Two, I wonder what those crows are circling. Let's find out. And are they circling something up on this plateau or below it? It looks like probably up on the plateau. And this is another gnarled tree, so we got two gnarly boys. Stream's fine. I've seen this line of questioning before. We'll see where it goes. Okay, what you got? Is this the climber dude that said, I'm going up to check the peak of the mountain? Ah, we revolve. But have you got any bullets on you? That, my brother, is not the right cartridge. Why were you carrying a rifle round when you had a revolver? Who's to know? You know what? That's probably why he died. And let's pop a charcoal before visibility gets bad. Oh, that was quite good. Oh, interesting, interesting. I thought that we were on the north side of this, not the south side. So the containers are probably over that way. Can we see a way around from here? Not really, unless we stay up high. Yeah, I think for now, let's go back to the cabin. It's getting a little bit past dusk, and I'm not too confident in the weather remaining good. What is the stream schedule? So currently, the stream schedule is variable. But generally, I tend to start something around noonish, 1-ish weekdays. Now, is it every weekday? Not quite. Not quite. But I try to round up. No promises, but I try to round up. So if you're ever looking for me, those are the good times to look. All right, where are we? Let's go. Yeah, I think our carry weight is a little bit. Yeah, we're pushing it. We're pushing it. If we get more than 10 kilograms overweight, then we're going to be in for a bad time. So let's head back to the cabin and drop some stuff. Gladnum, I'm not exactly your customer base. I'm not looking for any graphical design work right now. Unfortunately. But I hope you have luck finding people. We're going to have to go around these fluffies. I hear they're awoos. I'm not sure how well the audio is transferring through on your end. But they are just non-stop. $350. $350. $350. These guys could single-handedly fund the national parks on Bear Island through their fines. I don't. I do not have a Discord. To answer the question, it's one of the things I haven't set up yet. Okay, so we definitely can't go through there. That would certainly bring us too close to the wolves. Ooh, that's a lot. Ooh, these are a lot of calories. Wow. I didn't realize we were carrying so much. Did not realize. Okay, well, it should just be a short jaunt. It should just be a short jaunt over. Gladden, do I have a TikTok? Yes, I do, and it should be under the same name. Perhaps the U is capitalized or not. I'm not entirely sure if I remember. But if you just look up this name, capitalization probably shouldn't matter too much, so you should be able to find me. Okay, we're kind of pushing it. And we will sleep, but currently we are nowhere near close to aligned with the dawn if we were to sleep now, so I don't mind burning this fatigue meter doing some sprinting. Gladnum, it's just the same username. is the same username. Let's get this fir limb, just stock up a little bit more firewood. Especially because if it gets too dark, we won't be able to chop a limb apart. Alright, so that wolf that was over here has just vanished. Who knows where he went? No one knows. I don't know. You don't know. Perhaps the Lord doesn't know. Yep, and these guys are just still funding the national park, one awoo at a time. Mountaineer's hut. It is a pretty cute hut. Sent message on Twitter. I'll have to look at that. Man. I always forget that messages are a thing on Twitter, as opposed to just normal posts. So apologies if I missed anything. Alright, how are we doing? It is dark. That is the darkness. Alright, let's see. Where are we and what are we doing? We are actually probably reading until dawn. If we can read in this darkness. Okay, that's nice. Although it's a bit foggy for surveying. Unfortunate. Let's drop all this firewood first. Drop. And drop most of these sticks. Keep 3. And we're still heavy. Why are we so heavy? Right, we did pick up the mountaineering rope. That is something that we got. Let's drop it with the other one. So now we have a stash. Revolver with 2 rounds. That can go in the storage. The secret hatch revolver. And that is a lot of fish. Fill up the storm lantern with all that fish oil. It's not what I meant to do. And also the storm lantern barely needs any fueling. We'll still do it. Okay. Now drop the storm lantern. And maybe some of most of this fish oil. That's probably fine. Okay, let's think. Let us think. We're okay on fatigue. Let's actually sleep for a couple of hours, see if we can get better weather. I would enjoy sunny weather. Can't always get it, especially in Canada, but I would enjoy it. Alright, well, at least it actually looks kind of the same. Let's eat some fish and head south, see if we can do some surveying. And then maybe we go around counterclockwise. Yeah, I think that's what we do. We go around the lake counterclockwise, surveying, and try to end up at the top of that mountain right in front of us. That should work out well. Yes. Yeah, let's go to the map edge and work our way north from there. Which should be... Let's go past the rabbits and to the right. And next time I'm on TikTok, I'll look for it. But for now, that won't be until later today, probably. Okay, yes. This is the way we want to go. Probably. Oh yeah. I remember fleeing from a wolf across these gradual... Where were those deer? Where were those deer to divert that wolf that was chasing us for the longest time? Why weren't they there when we were running through the fog? That's unreasonable. That is unreasonable on the count of those deer. Well, as long as it's just a couple of buddies over there. Okay, and right up here should be a pretty decent spot for some charcoals. Oh yeah, looking good. Looking quite good. In fact, this might even be closer to the other zone than it needs to be. We'll go for it. Oh no, that's kind of just exactly what I was looking for. Nice. Let's snag some of these sticks. Some of these glorious little tinder bits. And head back north. Yeah, if we go due north from here. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. More or less. Probably more than less. Actually, can we stay up? No, I think that's already surveyed. Let's go over to this next hill. And once we get past that rock in front of us, that's the next charcoal. Yeah, you hear that in the distance? And to the right as well. But as long as the deer are here, we should be safe in the general vicinity. This looks like it might not be traversable. And it's not. Stare, you're back. Saying, oh. You know, just because you add the H in front doesn't mean that there's no fine, right? Okay, what have we got here? Yeah, this should be a good spot. Actually, the lake goes a little bit farther to the east than I was expecting. All right, not half bad. But we want to keep going this way. So, yes, those demonic deer noises. The next hill over should be a good spot for it. So we don't have any scent marks. We should not be getting hunted, but I still don't trust that stalking wolf that's somewhere over past these trees. I still don't trust him to not just walk up this way. Can we see him from here? Oh, there he is. No. No, that's not moving. That's just a little bit of stone. A little bit of boulder. And this is probably going to be a bad place for a charcoal, because I suspect this rock will block it. But it could be good. Oh no, that was actually amazing. Okay, great. Now we can head around to the left, maybe? Yeah, Gladnum, I'll see what you say next time I'm on TikTok. Although I don't, if there's anything in particular, you could just say it here. Okay, this is actually maybe a little bit more complicated than I was thinking. We'll have to go down and risk that, risk the Freddy Krueger wolf. As long as we keep our eyes out. There he is. There's our buddy. I'm pretty sure I saw him. Come on, I saw a glimpse of you. Where'd you go? There he is. Yeah, there's our buddy. Okay. So, as long as we skew around to the left, we should be just fine. As long as we don't break an ankle here. But we shouldn't, because crampons and we're not too heavy. All right, there we go. Perfect. Yeah, $350 fine, buddy. Arr! Ooh, hold on. Did I hear something? I definitely heard something on the other side of this rock. And... oh. Oh, what was that noise? I don't like that noise one bit. I don't like that noise one bit. Okay, wolf is there. Oh, that's a bear. Hello. Okay. Okay. Okay, between a rock and a hard place, huh? Between a rock and a hard place. Well, luckily we're traveling light. I guess that's a tail section. Oh, there are a couple of containers over there we're going to want to check. But do we check them now? I think we check them now. Yeah, I feel good about this plan. For 3 reasons. 1, so I don't forget about it. 2, actually we probably already opened those. 2, because I see some birch saplings over there. And I want to snag those. And 3, it gives us a little bit of distance and perspective to see where this bear ends up walking. Okay. That is a one whole ass wing. That somehow made it all the way from over there to over here. Okay, and also... body. Okay, and this body is actually just a deer. That's fine. 4 minutes to get a kilogram of meat, I'll do it. Because venison is gamey but delicious. Okay, nice. Now. The bear is coming this way. So we can't just loiter forever. Let's pop a char first.
I need to find some place to escape this cold.
Okay, that's actually a really good spot for it. But what do we do? What do we do here? Alright, first let's snag these saps. Sap the first. Sap Junior. Also, I just heard a wolf, probably running from a bear. Where's Wolf going? Where's Buddy going? I don't know where Buddy's going, but he seems to have calmed down. Sap the third. Sap the fourth. 1, 2, 3, 4. Perfect. Let's check these boxes, and then we'll head around south and cover the rest of this bit till the edge of the map. All right, Mr. Wolf. I think we do have 1 scent mark, so we can't be completely oblivious. Okay, so we were here, we did get these containers, but what we can do now is break apart these crates, see if there's anything good inside them. Nothing. And we can also bring back... okay, still over there. We can bring back the reclaimed wood to the cabin.
Goddamn freezing.
Oh, actually, I probably shouldn't have done that. Yeah, that was a little bit risky on the hypothermia side. But now that it is later in the day, it is warming up. But that was a lot of condition to lose for effectively nothing but some reclaimed wood. I've had worse. We just need to not get mauled by a bear, because that could outright kill us if we're not lucky. We'll head towards that pass and pop a char there. Maybe even pop a char closer. Do I hear anything? No. And that looks like a cave we can go in. Yeah, let's hit the cave. And let's first get close enough we can pop a char, put the cave on the map, and see what the deal is. What the dealio is. And I feel like this should be close enough. Yes. Okay, very nice. Forest cave. It has a name? Is it enterable? Okay, no, it is not enterable. There is firewood.
I need to drop something.
And I'll take it. I'll take it and bring it back to the cabin. Anything good in the forest cave? Any cheeky little boxes? Hidden stashes? No. Hell, there's not even a tiny little bit of coal. This cave is getting coal for Christmas. Let's just stand over here for a minute and warm up first. All right. Drink some water. We'll eat a fish. How much fish? That's too much fish. We'll eat this much fish. Actually, let's get started on this fish. We can eat most of it. Good. Okay. So it has been about 2 hours and 20 minutes. This feels like it's a good time to take a quick stretch break, take a walk, stretch, touch the toes, maybe do some pull-ups, hydrate, rehydrate perhaps. But let's just take a bit. Yeah. Yeah, and that's to you too, Striker. All right. So I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes. Now, I'm not going to pause, which means there is a non-zero chance that a bear walks into that cave. If it does, well, it was meant to be. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. All right. I return to find that, like GLaDOS says, we are still alive. Okay. Warmth-wise, almost full. Hypothermia-wise, that's gone. Nice. Drink-wise, we're fine. Food-wise, we're fine definitely to get back to the cabin. Let's head out. Well, thank you for being back, or for me being back. Who knows? Who knows how one can respond to such a phrase? Certainly not me. Okay, so the bear did not sneak up on us, which is good. Is very good. But at the same token, the bear could be anywhere by now. Actually, I don't think that's necessarily... Hey, bud. What are you doing all the way over here for? What are you doing all the way over here for, little guy? Yeah, let's avoid that. But as I was saying, the bear could be anywhere, but also not necessarily, because just now, so we're right about here. Just now, the bear tried to sneak up on us near the right side of these little mountains here. Maybe closer to here, on this little dark spot. I believe that I've seen this bear before. I believe that I've seen this bear... Where is it? Over here. Which, by my estimation, probably means that its stomping grounds are somewhere probably between the edges where we found it here, and Andre's Peak over here. I think this is its general area. But I don't know for sure. That said, knowing or not knowing for sure, probabilistically, I think we should be all right. Okay, let's just take a peek at what is over this ridge, and then we can pop a charcoal if it's not too foggy. Perfect. Okay, not bad, not bad. Could have been a little better, but I think I am content with saying that there's probably nothing else over here. That is, nothing else to this bottom right area. So let's see if we can get even higher up on this hill, and we'll do another charcoal. Certainly there's no bear around this boulder. Surely. Okay, I think we're fine. Yes, and this is looking like a pretty good place. Oh, actually, you know what? How cheeky can we be right now? I'm on top of the world. Actually, let's not say that because it didn't end so well for Leonardo DiCaprio in that movie. Crazy how we all have to own this dilapidated, screaming avian animatronic at some point in our lives. I feel like that's a reference that perhaps I'm too much of a boomer to understand. The only avian animatronic. I can't think of anything like that IRL. Is it like a Five Nights at Freddy's thing? That's the only other animatronic context that I know of. Folk Valley Invention. I can't say I'm familiar. I cannot say that I'm worldly enough to understand or to recognize it. Oh, I just heard a bark. Who barks? I am the one who barks. Who barks? What do I hear? Oh, there's a deer getting hunted. So, I'll have you know, I played some Apex Legends in my day. And we call this a third party. Oh, shoot. How did I wasn't even over encumbered. You know what? It's still worth. Pop. I'm not sure if I hit the wolf or the deer. I hit the deer. Damn it. Well, you know what? Can I get off of this steepness, please? Seriously, I have crampons. How did I just break an ankle just now? It's outrageous. It's unfair. Okay. Come on, bud. It's revenge time. Jesus. Really trying to do the runaround, huh? Alright, so that is a lot of meat. And that guy, we should be right about here. Okay, so I see. If you remember, past the rabbit grove, there was the deer grove. I think we're right next to the deer grove, which means, oh, this is the bastard that stalked us through the fog. Huh. How do you like it now? Yeah, take all of your swag, all of your loot. And you know what? If I'm feeling particularly petty,
I'm gonna have to leave something behind.
I might even wear you later.
It's gonna get a lot colder soon.
Let's see, how heavy are we? It's borderline. Actually, you know what? We're gonna drop all this food and all that gut. We're gonna go up and loot this guy. See if he's got anything good on his phone. Okay, that's a lot of meat. We'll take the meat, we'll take the hide, we'll take the gut, because these things are useful for storing in our house base, haste. Hopefully we don't break another ankle on the way down, which we might. Definitely might. Okay, good. Crampon's too strong. But the gut and the hide, those need time to cure. We do have 3 scent marks. Which means if we are not careful about this, perhaps that pack on the lake will come get us. But I think we should be okay. Let's go over to the left here. That should be a smidge safer. And I want to say even the slope might be better. Accidentally liked a political meme in the UK. So now I knew I had a crisp 40 seconds before the local police bombard my health with napalm.
This gear is slowing me down.
So as a last resort, you try to fuse with your air fryer. So I don't know if that's a copy pasta, but at least I can allay one of your concerns. Napalm is banned in the UK, so instead what they do is they will bomb your house with Vegemite and then light it on fire. Perhaps a worse way to go, but at least it's not napalm. But yeah, there have been strange things are happening in England. Strange things. And to be honest, well, let me rethink this. I was going to say it's weird that the country that 1984 was written in and written about is actually where it happened, or is happening. But I'm thinking perhaps that's just my Anglo-centric view of it. Because surely a 1984-esque piece of literature must have been written in, say, French, Italian, Greek. I just don't know about them. So perhaps the situation is not quite so uncanny as it initially seems. And I don't think we want to be up this hill. I think we probably want to go around to the left and down. And with any luck, this will lead us to our cabin. Our cabin in a woods. Okay, there we go. This feels good. Yeah, here's our rabbit grove, which means we are quite close. Yeah, imagine accidentally liking political memes in the UK. All right. Hold on, what's that? That's a tree trunk. Or a stump. Okay, so our fluffy friends, 1, 2, 3, are still over on the other side. You were then shot 57 times and cremated. I didn't know they had that many bullets in England. Or maybe you were shot with arrows. That would be more on brand. Okay, I think we made it back safe. Oh yeah, easy. Easiest game in my life. Let's actually do a little bit of an experiment. Let's stand right here. Just for a little bit. Because I want to see if 3 scent marks is smelly enough to eventually lure these guys over. And also 1, 2, 3, 4. Now there are 4 of them. It doesn't look like 3 scent marks is enough to get that distance. But I've seen things. I've seen things you wouldn't believe. Meteor showers off the rings of Orion. Let's give it a little bit longer. They look not very bothered. I suspect if the wind was blowing towards them, we'd have a better chance of them picking up the scent. But for now... for now we should be okay. But what could I possibly be hunting? I'm just trying to be left alone and these wolves keep trying to nibble me. They just keep trying to get a little bit of a tooth on. Let's see. 9 hours of sleep. We can probably sleep until late morning. Yeah. We'll sleep until late morning. And then we'll see if it is light outside. We'll use the magnifying lens to cook. If it's not light outside, we'll use our last cardboard match, which isn't as dire as it sounds because we do have wood matches and a fire striker. Okay, so this is definitely not sunny. Now I know what's going to happen is I'm going to start this fire, begin cooking the food, and immediately the weather's going to clear up. That is exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, what am I hunting? The thing that I prefer to hunt is fish. All right. Let's double cook this meat because we have a lot of meat to go. 37, 38, 39, etc. Yeah, okay. You know, with all this fish, and now especially all this venison. Hey, look at all this fish. How much fish do we have, really?
Not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer.
Not gonna be able to carry this load for much longer. Suck it up, Mackenzie. This is why you don't skip leg day. Okay, 17. I'm counting hundreds of calories. 17, 24, 29, probably 36, 42, 47, 52, call it 60, 65, 71, 71 for 78, and call that 90. So 9,000 fish calories. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 venisons, and those are about 1,000 calories each after you cook them. So 9,000 deer calories. 1, 2, 3, and probably around 4,000 wolf calories. This is, okay, a lot of food. Let's say 3,000 calories a day. That's the better part of a week and a half that we have stored up here, which is good. Oops. Never drop the coffee. Keep the coffee. The
Looks
coffee
like a
is
new day is dawning.
absolutely desirable. That's still cooking. Let's eat some fish. Some delicious
I
sushi.
can barely walk with this much gear.
Actually, speaking of which, what's the consensus on sushi? Are we enjoyers? Are we the Chad sushi enjoyers, or are we the Virgin California roll rejectors? Personally, I'm a fan. Definitely different tiers of different rolls, but I'm a fan. Okay, cook you. Cook you. Oh yeah. Yeah, why is this? This is like the most red fire I've seen in my life. I guess, you know what's happening, I bet? I bet there is some sort of a pinkish tinge or hue from it being near dawn. It'll probably get a little bit less red later on in the day. Yeah, you love roe and sushi. You know what? The rolls that have the roe in them, like those little tiny fish eggs, and even the medium-sized fish eggs, they could be hit and miss. They could definitely be hit and miss. I'd put them at lower mid-tier. It's kind of like the same level as a salmon roll or a tuna roll. Okay. I just don't want to wait for so long. Actually, hold on.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
What did I say about me lighting the fire and this weather suddenly clearing up? That's exactly what happened. Stam bun. So I'm a huge bun fan. Not entirely sure if that's what you meant, but yeah. California rolls with orange spicy mayo is the only sushi you eat. Let me amend that sentence for you. California rolls with orange spicy mayo is the only sushi you eat for now. I used to know someone I didn't mean to pick that up. I used to know someone who was the same way. And then eventually they saw the light. And they found out how delicious other kinds of raw, uncooked fish could be. I would say California rolls are probably the gateway roll to sushi. The next thing, so California rolls are like the marijuana of sushi. I would say the next thing is an eel roll is the next step. So an eel roll is like, I don't know, the hookah pipe of sushi. And then once you get into that, it's like, it's all downhill. You know, suddenly you're doing crocodile, injecting things in between your toes, that kind of stuff. By which I mean, we're talking about fatty salmon sushi, or fatty salmon rolls, which are, so buttery, so delicious. Hour and 40, yeah, we're good. We're good on the cook.
It's starting to weigh me down.
Good on the COOK. An hour and, yeah, okay. After this, yeah, pufferfish. You know, to be honest, I've probably had pufferfish before, but it's been so long. I don't think I could actually remember specifically having it. So it's probably an 80% chance that I've tried it, but I can't recall. How was it? If you could compare it to something, how close to chicken would you say it tasted? Yeah, pufferfish. Actually, you know what? To be honest, I don't think I can even think of the last time I saw it on a menu in a restaurant. So perhaps it's more on the rare side of things. Yeah, the poison is a trip.
Feels like a lot of gear.
I do remember hearing that you need to be very careful when you're preparing pufferfish. And then it's like super easy to accidentally poison, you know, whoever you're feeding it to. Ah, Chinatown UK. Yeah, they are going to know how to cook it. Tastes like squid. Is it chewy like squid too? Or octopus, let's say. Because to be quite frank, I had some calamari a few days ago. And other than a kind of light, maybe a little bit salty taste, I feel like squid doesn't have much taste to it. On its own, anyway. From what I can recall. Okay, all of the food is cooked. I see. So I'd imagine, yeah, I'm not a squid connoisseur. I would definitely imagine there's a lot of different kinds. And so, yeah, it makes sense that the taste would vary. You're not boiled yet. And you are not going to finish boiling, so we need to use one of these sticks. I also completely forgot about all this reclaimed wood that we hacked apart.
All this gear is slowing me down.
We don't need any of these. And again, we can drop most of the sticks. But yeah, I'm glad that I ate lunch before starting this, because otherwise I would be very hungry right now with this current discussion. Okay, boil, boil, boil. Perfect. Well, I mean, not perfect, but certainly above adequate. Now, food-wise, we can drop almost all this stuff, and we're going to drop it outside on the fish. Actually, no, we're going to drop it on the other side, because I suspect that the fish will go raw, not go raw, it'll go bad faster than the meat. A collab in Walmart, there was Oreo sushi. They expect you to eat that. You know what? I mean, there's all kinds of folks,
Anything for a drink right
all
now.
kinds of people out there. And I feel like we should have a very welcoming and inclusive environment here. So if that's someone's yum, you know, maybe we don't have to yuck it. Well, let me rephrase that. We don't have to yuck it out loud. We can judge them all that we want. Wait, hold on. Do you mean gravy pizza? Like the stuff that you're supposed to put on a biscuit or grits? Instead it's on a pizza? Because if that's what you mean, I might actually have to take a moment and just... Yeah, I might have to think about that. Gravy pizza. Let me back up. Let me... So, it's very often a biscuit topping. Hold on. Actually, let me think. This is American South gravy we're talking about. I don't know what... And let's back up even more. This is not your type of biscuit, Gengar. This is American South biscuit. I think you call them... Not crisps. What do you call them? Yeah, so gravy is actually, I should have thought of this. I'm just not a huge mashed potato fan. Gravy is 100% the number one mashed potato topping. You can eat it with chicken. By the time you start talking about pork or... Oh, you know what? Here's the differentiator. Gravy is for poultry. So chicken, put gravy on it. Turkey, put gravy on it. But if it's pork or beef, then you put barbecue sauce. That's going to be the difference there. That is the decider. But for biscuits, I'm talking about... So, biscuit ingredients. We're talking about butter, egg, flour, salt. maybe some baking soda. So biscuits are kind of like on the quick bread side of things. So butter, flour, salt, baking soda, put them in a little bit of a round, and oh, you guys call them scones or scones, I believe. So when I say biscuit, you should translate in your head to scone. Okay, what are we doing now? We have enough water. We got all this southern area. Except for this tiny little bit over here. We can hit that later. Let's go around the right side of the lake and check out these cargo containers. Oh, but first, before I forget. Shh. Nice. Okay. Sans call. I'm not sure. Let's see. Okay. Yeah. We're heading around on the right side, avoiding fluffies and their tiny little mouth knives. And then hopefully there's a way up into this area here. We can hit these containers. If the stuff in these containers are heavy, we'll head back and drop them. If it's not heavy, we'll continue on, head up this climbing zone, and there should be a couple more containers over by this engine. Actually, yeah, we'll go now. We're probably not going to act. My mouth is getting ahead of my brain, or the other way around. Two things. It's getting into the afternoon, and our fatigue is a little bit low. We're probably only going to be able to get to the top of that hill, and we'll come back and sleep the night away. Doesn't have anything to do with toppings, but have you seen those guys who deep fry 50 layers of meat and cheese and deep fry in 50 tons of red? So I haven't seen the Red 40. How long have you guys been on the internet? Assuming that the 1997 is a birth year, Gengar, you might recognize this. Striker, I have no indication of how old you are. But if you guys were on the internet, especially on YouTube, sometime around 2010, you may remember Epic Mealtime. Let me know if the phrase Epic Mealtime means anything to you. I'm not sure whether I hope it does or doesn't, but I know how to respond in either case. Dial tone, but not all net. Not especially all net. Or experience all net. But the real question is Epic Mealtime. I guess from the name, it was a YouTube channel, but I guess from the name you can probably imagine that it's definitely sometime around 2010 coded. Alright, this is looking, one, that looks like a deer, and two, this is looking suspiciously unpassable. Yeah, just watching egg unboxing videos in 2010. Now, like Fabergé eggs, or like came out of a chicken eggs? Yeah, that's a deer noise. We should be safe here. Okay, this is definitely looking like a dead end. Alright, we'll get over here, we'll pop a charcoal, and then, oh no. I don't remember if I let this rope down here, or if it's been there, but we'll go up it. We'll go up the rope. Actually, we'll pop the charcoal here, and then we'll go up the rope. But it sounds like you guys are not familiar or haven't had the pleasure of knowing Epic Mealtime in your time. For, I want to say, probably the better part of 2 years, Epic Mealtime was an extremely popular YouTube channel. And what they would do is they would go to their, I guess, local grocery store. They would buy a completely unreasonable amount of meat and then cook it in completely unreasonable recipes. And the thing that your fry 50 layers of meat and cheese and deep fry it reminded me of is one of their videos was called the turducken. which was, or was it? It was something, but basically it was a bird and a bird and a bird and a bird and a pig. So they took a quail, they put the quail in a pheasant. Not budget friendly. Yeah, it's definitely not budget friendly. But they took a quail, they put the, dove and a quail. The quail, no, did they have a dove? Well, they put a quail in a pheasant. They put the pheasant in a chicken. They put the chicken in a turkey. They put the turkey in a pig. And they barbecued it. Oh, why is there a wolf up here? And why is it running already? Leave Brittany alone. Okay, I guess it was just getting close enough. Well, two things. One, I wasn't expecting a wolf. Two, I guarantee you that's a sleeping bear. I guarantee it. I'd stake my life on it. I wonder if we can thread this needle. We're going to try to go to the right here, get past this wolf. So, yes, it's absolutely an unreasonable amount of food. And it could definitely make you gag, but one, the videos are hilarious. And two, okay, there is the bear. How did the bear get up here? And where's the wolf? I just don't want the bear to wake up. Oh, the bear ran away. Oh, the wolf ran away because we got too close to the bear. Look at that sleepy bastard. Now, do we leave him there? Or do we literally poke the bear? I think perhaps because we have just gotten a bunch of food, I think perhaps we can let sleeping ursines lie. So let's leave that guy there. But we're up here now. The only downside is that wolf is kind of where those containers were. Or at least where I suspect they are. Let's see if we can get over there before the wolf comes back. Worst case scenario, we can always run back to the bear and scare the wolf off. Alright, there are the containers, I think. And the wolf should be like over there. Okay. I think if we're quick about this, we can probably do it. And I'm almost... Actually, hold on, let's see. Did I drop the hacksaws? You know, this happens every time. Every single time I drop the hacksaws. We'll have to come back. Okay, so instead... I'm debating whether I want to break these crates open. I don't think so. We are this close to not being able to climb down that rope. Okay, look at these little paw pads. So we're here. We could go... I don't think we can go down. Let's go along this way just to see. No, we definitely can't go down. We have to go past the wolf. We have got to risk it. One scent mark, huh? Alright, there he is. Yeah, we already drew, didn't we? I suppose it's not the worst fate, but we'll have to leave him. Because we are just this close to not being able to climb down that rope. You know, I should have walked up right next to the bear, and I should have sprayed... Damn it. Just barely didn't make it. Pun unintended. I should have sprayed a danger mark, a danger signal with the spray paint right next to that bear. Alright. Well, the more you know. The more you know. Delicious water. Okay.
I think I need to lay down.
You do need to lay down, Mackenzie. Okay, and actually, this isn't too bad. We can go back to the cabin. we can read our funds book until we line up our sleep time with the dawn. Actually, you know what? Hold on. Hold on one moment. Have I played Black Frost? I haven't. Has that even come out yet? Black Frost is the Long Dark 2, right? It's like the sequel. I've been seeing some things about it, but I've not played it yet. But hold on, I need to use my brain for a moment here. Okay, here's the climbing zone. This whole ridge here is just cliff. It's just cliff, 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 cliff. And not even a granola bar. There are 2 climbing ropes to get up the cliff. Bears cannot use climbing ropes. How did the bear get from up here to down here? I think I understand. Okay, here's what happened. I mixed up this lower climbing rope that we just went down with a different climbing rope that's over to the left here. So this thing here that my mouse is tracing out, this is an impassable cliff that you can only climb up, because I don't think that climbing rope had a rope on it. So this lower plateau area must have an exit somewhere by this river. That would explain things. Yeah, so certainly, so the place where that bear was sleeping, if you saw, there were, it's kind of hard to see because I didn't get too close, but there are bones outside of it. And that lets you know that's a bear zone. It lets you know not to sleep there yourself. But yeah, that is definitely 100% a bear spawn point. But I was confused because I'm almost certain that that bear is the same as the bear that we saw 2 days ago in-game that tried to hunt us from around a rock. I was just confused at how it got there because, so for sure, I knew earlier there was a bear in this area by this bend in the river. Then we saw this bear down here. So I think this is one bear hunting zone. And I've confirmed there's a second bear up in this northern valley. I don't think there can be many more on the map. It'd be too crowded. Have I seen Vita Carnis? That sounds like some kind of an indie game. And the answer is no. I don't think I've seen it. But for some reason, the name of it sounds vaguely familiar, but I have no other detailed recollection or details in recollection. It sounds like one of those indie first-person low poly, low texture horror games. Vita Carnis. Your life is carnage. We didn't need to do that. What we can do is we can read. Because we love books. Probably won't squeak out more than 2 hours, if that. Yeah, barely got one.
I'm feeling so drained.
So drained. Turns out, reading is thirsty work. And so is eating. Okay. And now we sleep until... Actually, this lines up pretty well with dawn. Delicious bear. Oh, I see. Series on YouTube about fleshy meat tendrils that live on Earth and produce creatures. Well. Oops. That sounds like nightmare fuel. That sounds like exactly what that is. So maybe sometime, like right after I wake up in the morning, I might look at it and see what some of the thumbnails look like. feels like doing any more than that would be seriously risking going a night without any sleep. Okay, let's get a hacksaw. Let's get the low quality hacksaw. How can we repair a hacksaw? What does it take to fix this guy? It takes scrap metal, and it only repairs 25%, huh? That's not very much at all. Okay, but I have the scrap metal, and I wanted to repair this storm lantern. Where is that? S is for storm lantern. Here. Actions. Repair. Requires simple tools. Of course, I always drop tools because I always forget that there's any use for these simple tools or quality tools. Okay, so, well, maybe there's going to be some in one of these containers. Okay, let's think here. Couple of fishes. How many fish is that? That is 1,200 calories of fish. Okay. We're probably going to have to go down, up and down that climbing spot again. So, let's try to be as light as we can be. Which means we'll drop the sewing primer. Did we read the sewing primer? I think we did. We'll drop the field dressing. We can actually stash some matches in here. That would be a good idea. So we'll stash 24 wood matches. And where is the rest of this weight coming from? Ooh, we need to repair. We need to think about repairing some of these clothes pretty soon, actually. We'll do that on the way back, maybe. Assuming you don't get mauled by a bear and have them all break. What is all of our carry weight living in? Oh, that's right. All these hides. Hides we can drop here. And these beautiful saplings. And I guess the acorns. I'm not sure how useful the acorns are. I think the answer is not very. All right. We have 5 kilograms free of carry weight. We will have 6 or 7 after we eat this food. And for now, we can actually probably also drop the flashlight. All right, you're heading out? Well, feel free. If you want to see all the way from the beginning, you could. There's all the things are on YouTube. I don't know if you're watching on a phone or not now, but what was I going to say? Right. On YouTube, there's both wide and the also the phone version for whatever you end up watching on. And as far as hoping it goes to the plane, if you're talking about the plane up on the top of the mountain, that would be last stream. So if you basically, I think it's like if you started the halfway through last stream, it should be something like Timberwolf Mountain Looms should do it. What was I doing? Right, I was dropping more things. What else can we drop here? Right, the flashlight. Yeah, usually when I do stream, I try to be sometime around, starting around noonish, maybe a little bit later, and going for a few hours. What can we drop? Firearm cleaning kit we can drop. Yeah, something like that. What else? What else? I think this should be fine, because honestly, how much stuff could really be in those 2 containers? Certainly not that much. Certainly not that much. And if we are forced to, we can always go around and try to find this shallower way down on the other side. Yeah, a woo to these fluff balls. Let's leave them over there. They can go over there and rack up their fines, $350 a pop, one at a time, and leave us out of it. Okay. And I feel like I see, yeah, there were a bunch of acorn trees up there, weren't there? We'll see. We'll see how we feel when we get up there. At least there's not going to be that wolf hunting us. Oh man, you know, that poor wolf that we shot an arrow in the face just yesterday, he was probably trapped up there by the bear. Couldn't get out. Poor little guy. Okay. Couldn't hurt to pick up a stick or two on the way. If we need to, we can drop it. You know, it doesn't look as tall as it is. It looks shorter, but it's pretty tall. Yeah, Hollywood is going to be chasing after Reddit horror stories and 2010 creepypastas to make more money because the back rooms was decently good. Yeah, I mean, that's how it goes, right? First it was The Walking Dead, and then, you know, everything was zombies. And then it was Twilight, and everything was vampires. And those came from sort of more fringe. I mean, Twilight came from, what was it? Like a fan fiction or something. The Walking Dead was a comic, of course. But you know, to be honest, I suspect that there's probably a bunch of good content that they could find, like good topics. But at the same time, really, how much of the success of the Backrooms was just because the director actually understood the source material. And it was just a good director making a good movie, as opposed to it being specifically this particular kind of internet horror. I have a strong suspicion that it's more a factor of the director, the actors, and all of that than the specific topic. But we'll see.
Die if I don't warm up soon.
Yeah, because he made the original... If he's making the original video, then yeah, he's definitely got, you know, a big interest in it. And so he's not going to be phoning it in. My question is, when are they going to make the live-action Madoka Magica movie? It feels like magical girls are the next step for Hollywood horror. All right, see if there's any... Actually, first... Okay, 48% on the hacksaw. I want to see how much condition... Oof, that is... I do not like that noise. I want to see how much condition this thing loses. Okay, that is a lot of clothing. And it's actually decent clothing if I wasn't so Gucci'd up. Okay, 48 to 43. So it's 5% per cargo container door. That's actually kind of steep. Fire. Ooh, this is...
Gotta go.
Okay, the can openers are trash, but the fire starters are nice. Yeah, the can openers are absolute trash. I don't need them at all. Okay, what have we got? Show me what you got. Alright, food. We'll take the food. And what else? King. Oops. Didn't mean to stop. Okay, and water. We did not need that water. Kind of also didn't need the food, but I'm not going to cry over it. We did just get a lot of fire starting stuff, so I think we're actually going to start a fire here just to warm up a bit. And also maybe even give us a little bit of an excuse. Yeah, a little bit of an excuse to break down these boxes. Of course...
Come on.
Of course, I'm sure that the wind is going to blow the fire out. Yeah, just remembered the crappy Slender Man. Oh, you know what? I feel like I heard of that, but it was probably so bad. I only heard of it the one time and then never again. Also, wasn't there like a girl who murdered her classmate over a Slender Man thing? I feel like that was a thing. Okay, so that's fine. That still has an hour of burn time, and we are walking kind of slow because a lot of this stuff is very heavy. We should be able to do a little bit of work on that. Now, we're definitely too heavy to go back down the rope. But yeah, to be honest, the fact that the Slender Man movie was garbage should probably be enough evidence that it's not necessarily the material that's important, it's who's making the film and what they put into it. But of course, Hollywood is not going to care about that. They're just going to say, a trend. We follow trends. Actually, this is a good spot for charcoal. The He-Man movie deserved better, not gonna lie. I don't remember when that came out, actually. I mean, I know that there's probably one that came out in, say, the 80s. Like 1986 or something. Yeah, I think this is a walkable spot in this direction. But I don't remember one recently. Oh, this year? I guess that also explains why I don't know about it, because I haven't been paying attention to films recently. And you know, I bet the only reason that He-Man film got greenlit was because of that Dungeons and Dragons film with, I think, Chris Pratt that came out a couple of years ago. I think that did moderately well. And so whoever had the He-Man license was probably thinking, we need to get up on this trend. Okay, what is that? That looks like a wolf. Which means our bear friend is still unaccounted for. Dangerously. I think one of the downsides of the He-Man franchise is it's a little bit too campy for modern. Yeah, this is so I started saying this right before I saw your message, Gengar. So you think it flopped because children don't like tall buff men fighting each other anymore. Yeah, I think it's a little bit too campy and maybe even a little bit too, what would I call it? A little bit too naive isn't exactly the word I'm looking for. Honest isn't exactly the word I'm looking for, but straightforward. It's not like, you know, morally gray or complicated enough for modern sensibilities, I believe. It's just a good old, you know, fun action movie where a big muscly dude beats people up with the power of friendship and goodness. And I think that's really fallen out of vogue. Oh gosh darn. Buddy, can you not, please? This is not even a good place to fight, but fine. Come on, stop juking. Stop. We'll take the pelt in the gut. I think the meat's going to be too heavy to lug along. But I don't know if I'll be able to resist. Will I be able to resist? We are, I think we're somewhere like here. Maybe here. Okay, can't be that far. We'll just be walking slowly. Oh, no tool. But what I was saying earlier is basically just a long way of saying I agree with exactly what you're saying. I think that's almost certainly the reason that things didn't, that it wasn't, it didn't go over well. All right. Now, there's not a whole bunch we can drop here. But we definitely don't need all this water. Okay, that should make things more bearable. Pun unintended. I don't want to summon the bear. I don't think the bear is like Bloody Mary, but it wouldn't be the first time that I said, well, I don't hear anything nearby. and then suddenly something rounds a corner. I think if we go down here and hang a left, that should be where the cabin is. I hope. Don't forget to hydrate. I've got a cup of water, and in fact, you know what? Let me roll back. I've got my electric kettle on. I'm practically honorary British. And I'm going to make some yerba mate. Some delicious bark tea. I don't know how familiar you are with it, but it's basically, if you've had a black tea, what's a good example of a black tea that I'm thinking of? Less spicy than a Darjeeling, I think. Yeah, let's say, so let's call Earl Grey the kind of black tea that I'm thinking of. And on the other side of the spectrum, you've got a green tea. This yerba mate stuff is kind of like, where the heck is the cabin? Where am I? Okay, the cabin's over there. This yerba mate stuff is kind of like halfway between an Earl Grey and a green tea. It's like a lighter dark tea. And I picked up a bag of it from a Spanish grocery store nearby a long time ago, like an extremely long time ago. I forgot about it for the longest time. And it just has been sitting along the pile with all the other teas that I have that I need to drink. And I've decided that finally I'll go through and try to finish it. Search the backpack.
Wonder if this is
Chips.
anything to eat.
And we have fish too. How perfect. Now, we're walking so slowly, I'm kind of afraid of going up even this small of a hill. Because I don't want to break the legs. So the plan is, the water just finished boiling. I'm going to wait for about some amount of time. Maybe 10 minutes, maybe less, maybe more. Wait for the water to cool down, because I think you're supposed to steep it at something like 90 or 80 degrees Celsius. If you do it right off of boiling, I think it burns the... What did I hear? Oh, gosh darn it. Come on, bud. Oh, man. Oh, man. I almost lost it, as you could tell from that jerk. All right, we'll come back for him. I should have expected this guy to be here, but he was hunting us anyway. We weren't getting away. All right, anyway, as I was saying, if you steep the yerba mate at 100 degrees Celsius right off of boiling, I think it burns the leaves or the bark or whatever it is. So I want to wait for it to cool down. Ooh, hiccup. Yeah. Why do wolves keep bullying me? It somehow just keeps happening. And also, I don't understand what is happening at all in this region. Because this region, the name of this region is Timberwolf Mountain. Timberwolf Mountain. Now, Timberwolves are a very specific breed of wolf. They are gray, they roam in packs, and they all jump on you once one of them sees you. I haven't seen a single Timberwolf in all of the days that I've been in this region. I've been false advertised. We've been defrauded. We were promised Timberwolves in Timberwolf Mountain, and we have seen no such thing. I'd say I want my money back, but I didn't pay to get here. That's a new direction for an awoo. Somewhere over on the eastern edge of the lake. That's not good. Okay, home sweet home. First order of business. Drop all this raw meat. Second order of business. Drop all this clothing. We picked up a ton of clothing. Like a lot of clothing, geez. And we can put most of it in here. Oops, didn't mean to put the long johns in. Because we're wearing the long johns. Okay, is there anything else to drop in? Yes, this, an old-fashioned parka. I might need to repair that just to see how good it is. And okay, let's put our underwear back on. There we go. Speaking of wolves, did you hear about them kind of bringing back an extinct wolf from 10,000 years ago in 2025? I do remember. It was supposed to be a dire wolf. Now, if I recall the details, and of course this is the thing that I should recall the details of, I believe what they did is they extracted some direwolf DNA from either some frozen specimen or a fossil. Actually, 10,000 years is not long enough to make a fossil. So probably some frozen specimen or some otherwise peat bog preserved specimen. And they used gene editing / CRISPR to inject it inside, I think, an embryo, or I think they made 3 of them. 3 embryos that they then, fertilized and I think implanted in a regular wolf to give birth to it. And so the last news that I remember hearing was the pups got born, and I think that's how it happened. Don't quote me, but I'm moderately confident that that's the way it went. We'll eat these delicious chips. And in addition, we'll also have our crown mandated fish to go with it. Okay, so food and drink were fine. Fatigue, we're not fine. We're actually quite tired. Let's eat some more of this food. Ah, we can also drop the airline food, which is quite nice. Yeah. I think in simple, they said that the gray wolf shared 99% of the DNA with direwolf, so they added 1% and said it was a pure-blooded direwolf. I mean, that sounds like some marketing BS, but it's close enough. It's certainly an interesting thing to have done, and it's probably close enough to being more or less accurate that I'm not too mad at it. But it sounds like BS for a headline, if you ask me. Okay. We need to burn time until dusk so that we can sleep through the night and wake up in the morning and probably harvest that wolf. The wolf that we fought with. So for starters, let us welcome Bobby Snoobutt. Whether you're a human remains to be seen. Yeah, it's like saying humans share 99% of our DNA with chimps, and that a chimpanzee and a human hybrid is 100% human. Yeah, it does smack of that quite strongly. So I think I'm probably going to have to agree with your current take of the assessment of the situation. Yeah, that opening up those containers is really rough on the hacksaw. Jeez. Okay, let's think. Let's repair these gauntlets. Yeah, this is good. Repairing 61%, I'm not mad about that. Yeah, what's happening right now? Okay, so the deep lore. The deep lore is what I'm trying to do is explore all of the regions in this game in the survival mode. The slightly less deep lore is I've explored all of the regions except for 2 that I've not been to before. They were added recently compared to when I first played the game. Those are Timberwolf Mountain and Ash Canyon. Currently, we are in and have actually mostly taken care of Timberwolf Mountain. We were in the process of complaining about how Timberwolf Mountain doesn't actually have any Timberwolves. But other than that, we're basically just going around and trying to loot. Yeah, I do. Actually, in fact, we recently found... Well, the distress pistol I don't think really counts. But we recently found a revolver with 2, count it, 2 entire bullets in it. Have you ever seen such glorious decadence? But to be completely honest, I actually prefer using the bow over guns. Okay, so we just repaired our gauntlets. The next thing to repair on the list is... Let's see. We could repair all of these socks and hats, but maybe we'll repair the parka. Yeah, I think we'll repair the parka because 34.5% repair is not going to bring us back up to 100%, which means this is completely worth it. What did I just click? Did it go? Did it not go? What happened? Oh, we need to choose the sewing kit. I was confused. But yeah, as far as the game being on Xbox, this is probably the same experience, unless the Xbox also has the DLC. This is without the DLC. Okay, night is not coming soon enough. Interesting. Yeah, so Bobby, if you have this game on Xbox, you might actually be more familiar with it than I am, depending on how much you've played. I've really only done... And this is deep lore again. When the game first came out on PC, I did 1 survival mode run, 1 or 2, I think. Actually, I could probably check in the stats, but it was some small number of survival runs. And I think the game only had Mountain Town, Mystery Lake, Coastal Highway, and Desolation Point. I think it was just those 4. And then the first episode came out, I played that and I stopped playing. I came back recently, and all this stuff is here. Okay, so this probably has not as much stuff as you're familiar with, if you have the DLC. But currently what I'm doing is basically going through and exploring everything in the survival mode, and then I'll probably go through the challenge modes and see if I want to continue with the game, snatch up the DLC, or try something else. Alright, but for now, I think we have enough free carry weight to go back and harvest that wolf that trolled us. Yeah, Tales from the Far Territory. That does sound familiar. I think you're right about that. The Far, Far Territory. Which, you know what? That sounds suspiciously like... Wasn't one of the Fallout 3 or Fallout 4 DLCs called Tales from Bar Harbor? That sounds pretty familiar. I wonder if there's anything suspicious copyright-wise going on there. Yeah, Fallout 4 was in Boston, and Bar Harbor's in Maine, so it must have been Fallout 4's DLC. Okay, where's this wolf? There's the wolf. Adds 1 region called Transfer Pass. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Because my understanding is there's a few... Let's not use the hacksaw to break that up. Hunting knife. Yeah, it makes sense that Transfer Pass is probably like the gateway from the vanilla regions to whatever they added in the DLC.
If I don't rest soon,
okay.
I'll faint.
Now we can go back. Got any crow feathers? I'm always a fan of a crow feather. I'm also always a fan of using my ears to make sure I don't get snuck up on by something with tiny little paw pads and sharp little teeth. So Bobby, based on, asking if we had found a self-defense firearm. It sounds to me like you prefer loading up with one of the revolvers or one of the rifles, as opposed to loading up with the bow and arrow. It adds a zone of contamination, which is a toxic industrial area as well. Bobby, have you done the episodes? Because that toxic industrial area sounds a lot like, and this will be a little bit of spoilers if you haven't, it sounds a lot like the toxic gas that is infesting some of the mines that you have to enter during the episodes. But yeah, if there's an industrial area, one, based on the lore that I know, I kind of question the existence of an industrial area on this island, considering how desperately they were trying to get a hydroelectric dam up and running, and that failed. I can't imagine what they used to power an industrial area. Because the hydroelectric dam was just for some mines. Yeah, three episodes out of 5. So 3 episodes should be... yeah, 3 episodes should be the one with... What's her name? Dr...
It's getting dark out here.
Shoot, I almost had the
Time to
name.
look for shelter.
Not Mackenzie, the other one. The person that Mackenzie was flying when he crashed.
I'm not sure I
Pick
can
up all this
carry
raw
much
meat.
more.
We can cook it probably in the morning. Yeah, I think you should be in the Pleasant Valley. Yeah, episode 3 is definitely Pleasant Valley. Episode 4... I think episode 4 is the first one with the toxic gas that I mentioned. So, sorry for the spoiler. But hopefully you'll forget about what I said before you get there. Let's see. Can we possibly light this with a magnifying lens? No, we can't. We'll take the charcoal. Okay. How many days have I survived? I think so far this is like probably around 320. And we are also close enough to dawn, or close enough to waking up at dawn, that we can sleep and find out exactly how many days. So when we wake up here, it should say. We snore, 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 and we wake up. Okay, what does it say? Is it not going to tell us? What? I thought every time you woke up, it tells you how many days you survived. Actually, you know what? I know how to find out. First, we drink a soda. Just so we don't starve or dehydrate. And we can probably check in our stats here. Where are they? Here. Okay, days survived, 326 here. Ah, delicious water. And here we are. World explored 95%. Yeah. Calories expended, almost 1 million. We are 242 calories away from having 1 million calories eaten. Let's see if we have a fish that can get
I
that.
can barely walk with this much gear.
Because
Looks
all
like
this
I made it
meat's going to
through
be,
another night.
all that meat's going to be too many calories. So 240. So we don't have a fish that's perfect. But I'm wondering, can we time this? Let's see. See how close we can time it. Uh, 999783. Ooh, that might have been too many. 999786. Wait, hold on. Oh, calories expended, not calories eaten. So that means as we just kind of stand here for a moment, our calories should go up. Yeah, 794. Okay. In the meantime, that means we can finish eating this fish, but it also means we can drop the fish. We didn't need to pick that up. What movies have you watched that you think didn't need a sequel at all? That is a good question. Because even the number of movies that I've watched that had a sequel, that's already kind of a low list. Ooh, we're getting there. That didn't need a sequel. I feel like if I said The Matrix, it would be low-hanging fruit, and I'm also not entirely sure that I believe it. I just kind of wish the sequels were a little bit better. Movies that didn't need a sequel. Actually, let me back up and clarify. Does this include movies that don't have a sequel but also don't need one? Because that could change some answers. Okay. Thank you for opening it, because I'm racking my brain here. Like, what movies have I seen that had sequels? Movies that didn't need a sequel. I'm trying to even think of which ones I've seen. I feel like, oh, you know what? I'm not mad that they ended up having sequels, but I'm gonna say The Fast and Furious didn't need a sequel. It's okay that we got one, especially because now we really understand the power of family, but it didn't need a sequel. And yeah, Bobby, I did hear, or I guess see, that the Long Dark's multiplayer, not multiplayer, the Long Dark sequel is supposed to have some kind of multiplayer. Now, I'm not sure how that's going to end up working out, because a lot of these kinds of survival games tend to not have multiplayer. I don't know if that's for development reasons, but I'm sure that for at least some of them, it is for design and tone reasons. Because the second you add a second person, it seems like things are much more easy to manage. Now, in the Long Dark, in this kind of game, because the cold and food and water are so dangerous, exactly, that's what I'm thinking, or not, you need double food. I think the fact that you do need double food, I imagine that's how it works out. I imagine that you will need double food. I think that is enough to make it so that multiplayer doesn't completely ruin the vibe. I think that's probably the only saving grace. 999,877 calories. Okay. So let's think, what can we do here? Now, I believe that minus a tiny little area over here, we've completely surveyed the southern thing. It won't be easier except hunting big game, and possibly smaller game as well. I'm trying to think. Because they know that they're adding in multiplayer. They must also be compensating for that. For example, I've been one-shotting all of these wolves. How long would it incorporate multiplayer anyway? Wouldn't you need to stock on supplies for way too long? I mean, yeah, that's the question, right? I'm of two minds. You can stock up on supplies faster because you have two people to, I guess, gather things. But then you have to you're expending calories twice as fast. But back to what Bobby was talking about, it wouldn't be any easier except hunting big game. I suspect that they will compensate. They will compensate hunting for multiple players. In that, you know how I've been basically one-shotting all these wolves? If you get aggroed on them, then, or sorry, the other way around. If they aggro on you, all you need to do is have your diamond hands and hold until they're charging directly at you, and it's easy headshot, one hit kill. I suspect they will make one-hit kills harder or impossible if you're hunting, especially for big game. So you might need multiple people working simultaneously to take down something like a wolf. Or maybe not a wolf, maybe it's maybe it's a little bit more manageable for wolf, but certainly like a bear or a moose or some larger game. It'll be, you'll probably need 2 people, you know, working together. Maybe one luring, one baiting, and one actually doing the shooting. But am I streaming the episode? So probably not. And I say that because I actually finished all 5 episodes before I even started streaming to begin with. Like before I ever started streaming, I mean. And currently I actually started streaming in, I want to say about 1/4 of the way through this survival run. So I didn't even catch the beginning of this, unfortunately. So that's not here for posterior's sake. I keep pressing the wrong button. I'm really just loitering here because I want to get 1 million calories burned. Or close to their amounts. Green Hell survival mode. Green Hell. Why does that sound familiar? Green Hell. Hold on 1 second. I need to check something. G is for green. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, R, G, U. Maybe in this. G, 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 A, B, C, D, E, F. No. Okay. So, Green Hell is another one of those things where I think I've heard about it, but I just checked and I don't think I have it. But it's definitely something that I'd look into. I think I've got something like a vague understanding. It's more of like a foresty, crafty, maybe zombies survival game, I think, if I remember. Oh my god. 34 more calories. Yeah, jungle and you just tribes, parasites, animals. Yes. Okay, yeah, that does sound familiar. I think I've seen it, but I don't think I have it. I'm pretty sure I don't have it. All right, let's see. Come on. Come on, 1 million. We're getting there. I feel like it's going to be very soon. And then we can start a fire and cook all this food. But yeah, Green Hell, it's like if you take this and instead of the animals, you add many more things that are hostile. Is what it sounds like. Folk Valley Reincarnate. Is that another game? I think you mentioned that before, right? I wasn't sure if it was a thing or... 86? Come on, calories. Show me the money. 89. 92. 95. 98. 96. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. I'm very excited. Oh, nailed it. Nailed it. Didn't even mean to. Oh, I kind of meant to, but I didn't think it would be on this time. All right. The weight is gone. Now first, that blizzard is loud. Let's close the door. And next, let's have some celebratory food. Folk Valley Reincarnate. Yeah, there's so many games that I would like to try.
All right.
Add all this fuel. We don't need any of those sticks. And we'll just double cook until we're out of meat to cook. I think we've got close to, if not, 10 kilos of wolf meat to cook here. So we're playing our favorite rhythm game. It really messes me up when I have a cooking pot here, because the cooking pot has a different menu than if you're just slapping things down on the lintel of the fire. And so the fact that it changes messes me up. Bop, 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 bop. Okay, 2.5 hours. I was not expecting that thing to cook first. So, Bobby, I don't know if you know, but if you have this high technology cooking equipment. You can cook things faster. And so I'm always surprised when I'm cooking something and the thing that is not on the pot cooks first. Always weird. Always strange to me. All right, and I think we have enough burn time. Not quite. I mistimed the burn time. But we do only have 1 more kilogram, so let's pop down a reclaimed wood. All right, looking good. Maybe 1 more, just for the boil. The burl. There we go. And there. Okay, nailed it. And now we are just filthy with food. To the point where, let's actually think. Now, this location certainly does not need more food. We've got all this venison, all this wolf, a little bit of fish, and we can even get more fish. What we can also do is drop all these curables so they can start curing and stop stinking. Okay, so I believe that the next order of business is to start hoofing food over here to the cave system. Because the cave system goes to Ash Valley. And that's where we're heading next after we do 2 things. We finish surveying this area and then we explore this. There's a big deep valley here. Did you hear about IGN getting paid to rate that mixtape game a 10 out of 10? To be honest, I assume that IGN gets paid for all of their ratings. IGN, in my opinion, hasn't been credible since like at least 2010, if it even existed back then. But yeah, it's been a joke for a long time. And you know, it's a real shame because Annapurna, which was either the developer or the publisher or both of Mixtape, used to actually be good. They actually made one of my favorite games ever, before they really started going crazy with making garbage. And that's a wolf. Why is he so close? So it's kind of unfortunate. It's like, it's like if your favorite grandmother dies and then, Jason Voorhees takes her face off, or the Chainsaw Massacre guy takes her face off and wears her like a skin suit. It's pretty depressing. All things considered. Okay, but I think the current plan is we go over, we skirt this edge, finish surveying over here, and we can cross back up north this way. There was a tree trunk that goes across this chasm. And I want to get up this climbing zone and drop a bunch of meat at the cave system. Because currently there's no meat up there. But to do that, we need to drop a lot of stuff. In fact, as much as possible. Because we are currently substantially over-encumbered. This can have 2 of our fire strikers. We can drop... What else can we drop? Probably a couple of bandages. It's always good to have some bandages in here. And the antiseptic... Whoop. 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 Here we go. Whoop. Oh no, I forgot about the boiling water. Remember how I said that I was boiling water, I was going to make some tea? I forgot about it, so now I need to boil it again. This is the suffering I go through in my life. Okay, but as I was saying, antiseptic and old man's beard wound dressing, that's a mouthful. It does the same... hiccup. It does the same thing. But antiseptic is heavier, so I don't like to carry it if I can avoid it. Okay, let's see. What can we drop here? We can drop all these can openers. We do not need this many can openers. In fact, because we're so good at cooking, we are god tier cookings. Wait, cookings? God tier cookings? That's not a sentence. We are god tier chefs. Like we're the amalgamation of Paula Deen, Gordon Ramsay, and Julia Childs. Which means no calorie loss when smashing open cans. We absolutely have no use for a can opener. Literally useless to us. Literally useless. Okay, let's think. Let's think. We can probably drop a couple of these sewing kits. We don't need so many. S is for sewing kits, especially because we have all these fishing tackles. Glorious, glorious fishing tackles. And what else? What else is superfluous? What would you say is superfluous? Probably the scrap metal. Do mosquitoes hate you when you go outside or no? Mosquitoes love me when I go outside, man. Are you kidding me? They're like, ooh, that is one tall drink of water. If by water you mean delicious, sweet blood. So, I think the answer to that question is both yes and no. They don't hate me because they love sucking my blood, but they do hate me because they want to suck my blood. Okay, we're still a little bit overweight, but only a little bit. Oh, you know what we have to do? Here's the plan. Okay, so we need to bring the hacksaws. The reason we need to bring the hacksaws is because we climb up here, and then, no, it's not here. It's over here. We climb up here, and then we can climb to the summit really fast from up here. Everywhere else, it's kind of a pain to get up there. So the only way to the summit is this climbing rope, as far as I know. And I want the hacksaws because there's a whole bunch of containers up here. Actually, how many containers are there? There might be more containers than I can currently support with the amount of hacksaw that I have. Can we repair this? If we can, I'll do it, but we need simple tools. Unfortunate. All right. Currently, each container has 2 doors. Each door takes 5%, so each container takes 10%. We can currently probably open, at most, 7 containers. I suspect this hacksaw will break before we get 12 doors out of it. And this we can probably only get 5 doors out of. Maybe 4. So we do need the hacksaws. What else can we drop here? We're so close. Oh, all right, fair. We don't need 20 charcoals. 20 charcoals is a little bit overkill for the amount of surveying left to do. Especially since there's a good chance we'll be making fires later. We don't need all of these cans. Where'd it go? Here. We can keep the lantern fuel. What else to drop? We need to lose 2 more kilos. I refuse to drop the sticks because you never know when you need a fire. We can drop the condensed milk, or I guess we can eat that now, probably. Delicious condensed milk. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 and change kilos of wolf meat. That's decent. Hacksaws. What can we drop here? Suppose we can harvest the arrows. That'll lighten us up. Welcome back. If you've ever heard of Sophie's Choice, that's what's happening to me right now. I need to decide what else to drop in order to get under the carry weight that'll let me climb up a rope. Did I hear about mustard Skittles? Well, you know, I didn't until just now. And unfortunately, I just did. I think... Okay, here's the plan. Here's the plan. We will drop... What do we just look at? We'll drop these flares. I don't think we'll need any flares where we're going. Drop these flares. If we get up to the climbing rope and we're still over encumbered, we can drop water and then we'll be underweight. But we will have to sleep soon. Okay, first let's sleep. Let's see how the weather is at night. Do I fish a lot? Well, in the game, I fish a whole bunch. In fact, it's my favorite way to get food. But in real life, no. It's actually been a while since I've fished last. And you know what? There's a second reason why we can't leave now. It's because it's too dark to survey. And there's some surveying to do on the way. Luckily, we got that book. And surely Mackenzie can read in the pitch dark, right? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. You gave me like 20 minutes of reading and then you said it was too dark? That is... I feel robbed. I feel like I was robbed.
I might have to drop some gear.
Yeah, if you were a primary hunter, you could get rid of the fishing supplies. Well, two things. Three things. One, the fishing supplies each only weighs 0.02 kilograms. So all of these, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them is less than 0.2 kilograms. They're very, very lightweight. So that's one. Two, they double as a sewing kit. You can use them as a sewing kit. So they're pulling double duty. Three, somehow, one way or another in this current run. So I don't know if you were here, but I mentioned deep lore earlier. We're going to go to the deepest lore. At the beginning of this run, I spawned in Hushed River Valley. I chose a random spawning location. I had never been to Hushed River Valley. And Hushed River Valley is actually it's inhospitable. There are no man-made structures. There's only some caves you can take shelter in, and it's very cold. So I was having a rough time of it. Luckily, I was able to find a rifle and like 3 bullets. I was almost starving, so I broke down and I hunted a deer. I shot a deer in its big, cute, doe-eyed face. And then I harvested it and I ate it. It made me feel bad. And so since then, I don't think I've actually positively hunted a deer. I've only ever gotten deer meat from either carcasses that were already on the ground or wolves that had hunted deers, and I third-partied them. So let's see. Yeah, deer killed. 1. 1 deer killed in like 320 days. So that's my current situation. I'm kind of I'm a golden rule hunter, in the sense that if you would eat me, I would eat you. Or if you would attack me, I would attack you. Except for rabbits, because those bastards deserve it. But fishing isn't always available. But when it is available, I prefer it. Which is why I came prepared with all these extra fishing hooks. And actually, if we do, and look, I even have extra hooks and line. So if we run out, we can make more. But if I do the math, by my estimation, let's see, how do I want to describe this? I'm comparing fishing tackle to repair clothing and a sewing kit to repair clothing, or to craft clothing. By my estimation, if I'm remembering the numbers, I believe that a sewing kit is twice as good as fishing tackle. By that I mean, it might be a little bit faster. I don't remember if it's actually faster, but I believe that you will lose twice as much condition on fishing tackle as you would on a sewing kit doing the same thing. But Let's do some math here. Fishing tackle only has 1/5 the weight of a sewing kit. So condition per condition, fishing tackle is actually 2.5 times as good as sewing kit. At least by my estimation. Biggest in-game concern right now. Probably bears. Yeah, so you survived Hush River Valley by throwing rocks at rabbits. I didn't see enough rabbits. There were too many blizzards when I was doing it. I'm pretty sure when I hunted the deer, it was in a blizzard too. But the biggest concern, I would say, the biggest concern right now is probably the bear that's sharking around in this upper valley. Because this upper valley has the only access to the summit, and I want to go and check out the summit with these 2 hacksaws that we found to open up some of those containers. Last stream, at the end of last stream, I was going north this way. I was going to go to the cave system here, drop a bunch of stuff and end the stream there. I climb up this, well, 2 things. One, a wolf was chasing me. I ended up hunting it down here and getting all of its meat. And then I climb up this rope. And just after the rope, I said, hey, why don't I harvest one of these tree limbs to get some firewood so I can cook this wolf meat, because I was getting pretty close to running out of food. As I was breaking the limb down, you know it speeds up time. I heard a pitter-patter, pitter-patter. It was a bear snuck up on me. So I finished, and the bear was, of course, on the other side here. So the bear was in between me and shelter. So I turn around, I sprint south, I drop as much of the wolf meat to get light as possible, and try to get down back to the rope to climb down and get away from the bear. But because I had climbed up the rope, I lost enough fatigue, I was still over encumbered, so I got attacked by a bear. And it messed me up. There's a cave where there's a dead body that spawns with a flare gun sometimes. Are you talking about this 3 entrance cave here? I think you might be talking about that one. I'm pretty sure there's a body here, if I remember. Don't quote me on that. But yeah, there was a bad experience with a bear up here at the end of last stream. Luckily, we barely managed to survive. It was rough there. Let's see, what was I doing? I was doing something. Right. Let's sleep for another hour, see if we can get... If it's a bright moonlit night, we might be able to do charcoals. If not, hopefully it brightens up if it's not cloudy. If it's not cloudy, it is cloudy. Maybe we can read. Yeah, one in Hushed River Valley with the gun. I'm trying to remember. In fact, I'm trying to remember where I found the rifle. I'm sure that I found the rifle on... I think I found it on a body in Hushed River Valley that was up on one of the cliff sides. It might even have been... You know in Hushed River Valley, there's that propeller plane? I think it might have been on a body near that propeller plane. But I don't remember. It's been long enough ago. Read. Can we read? Too dark to read. Rude. Rude. All right, then, is there anything we can repair? Actually, you know what we can do? We can definitely break down some of these clothes. The ones that we found in the container.
Pack is getting kind of heavy.
Scarf, mittens, and I want to see how good the park is. So let's first see how good the park is. Old-fashioned parka. All right, so we are at 25% condition. And it's giving us 0.7 degrees Celsius for both cold and wind chill. Multiply that by 4. And if I was to extrapolate, I would imagine this is probably good for 2.5 or 3 Celsius for both cold and wind chill, which compared to the Expedition Parka is nowhere near as good, and compared to the Wolf Coat is nowhere near as good. So the old-fashioned Parka, it's got that drip, but I think we'll give it a pass. Speaking of planes, in the possible sequel, you beat the game by making a plane that you crash. Like in the sense that you can make a plane and fly away with it. That sounds interesting. Okay, let's put the old-fashioned Parka back in. And break down. Specifically, be very careful breaking down these things, harvesting these things, so that we don't accidentally harvest something we're wearing. That would be extremely bad. I think we could probably survive harvesting our wolfskin coat, but if we harvested like the parka or our snow pants, that would be a disaster. We could actually probably survive harvesting our deer pants too, because I think there's enough stuff curing here that we could remake it. Or if we did harvest it, it wouldn't be remake it, it would be remake it, because I would be screaming the whole time. Actually screaming the whole time. Alright, mittens are nice to have, but the gauntlets are nicer. Yeah, I really like these gauntlets. For two reasons. Oh, your favorite streamer. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I feel like it must not be a very long list. But as far as being chill is concerned, unfortunately, I only have... Oh, I heard an awoo. I only have 2 speeds. One speed is chill. One speed is existential terror. But the existential terror speed is only accessible when I'm being chased by a moose, a bear, or a pack of wolves. And so currently that is not accessible. Okay, what was I doing? Right, we were repairing things. Because we've got all these clothing with holes in them. Yeah, I mean, so... I hate to repair something and not low condition that I get full use out of the repair. But at the same time, honestly, I think I'm okay with an increase of 40%. Especially because we found all of those clothes that we can rip apart. Welcome back, Gecko. The first you hear is existential terror. I was mentioning that I've only got 2 speeds, chill and terror. And like I said, the terror is only when I'm getting chased. But so far the stream is pretty good. There's only a couple of times that I got scared by a bear. Only a couple of times so far. So currently, we're repairing all these clothes. Not all the clothes, but some of them. Some of the lower quality clothes. Let's see. Anything else to repair? The only thing I would think about is the long johns. I don't think that's quite worth it. Maybe the sweater. No, the sweater's probably not worth it yet. But do we want to burn the time? How many cloths do we have? 6. I'm okay with repairing the sweater. If we have 6 cloths, where'd it go? Okay. But currently, to catch you up to speed, where'd it go? Here. Not harvest, repair. Currently, I'm trying to finish up surveying Timberwolf Mountain. I discovered recently that there's a bunch of these cargo containers that fell out of a plane that's at the top of Timberwolf Mountain. You can't see it through the fog, but you can see the plane from here. Those containers, as far as I can tell, actually have some pretty Gucci stuff in them. And I'm hoping that now that I have hacksaws that we can open the containers with, where'd it go? Here, these 2 guys. I'm hoping to actually make my way eventually first back up to this plateau, because there's a couple of containers that I remember somewhere in this plateau. Maybe it's even there. I think it's there. Then let's see. Is there any other containers over here? There might not be any containers in this valley up in the way north, but I want to check anyway. And then finally, certainly, there's a ton of containers up at the summit. So the goal, I believe, is first head up north here, drop a bunch of food at the cave system. That's in preparation for leaving and going to Ash Canyon. Ash Canyon or Ash Valley? Ash Canyon. I keep forgetting. Second order of business is probably... Let's see, what is the second thing we want to do? I think we want to go back down. We can go through the 3 entrance cave. I left a storm lantern at this cave, and this cave ends up here. And that will lead us to the cargo container. So that'll be number 2. And then we climb up here and then decide on how much food we have and whether or not we climb up again and again. Okay, yeah, we can do... Okay, that's the plan. That is the current plan. It's almost dawn. Let's sleep until proper dawn. We made it up TWM for the first time a while ago and found it surprisingly cool. TWM. That acronym, what could that acronym be? Timberwolf Mountain. I'm a genius. I'm so smart. I'm so smart, and that's why you're watching me. Yeah, I actually made it up to Timberwolf Mountain, the top of it, for the first time last session. And actually, I had the pleasure, and there's the plane right there. I had the pleasure of having a pretty nice sunset and also an aurora up there. Although, unfortunately, there wasn't really anything interesting that the aurora did. What other games do you stream? Currently, I've only done the Long Dark survival mode. But I do see there being an end to this eventually. I haven't decided what the next thing is going to be. Okay, let's see. Food-wise... Oh, what was that? I thought I saw something, but I think it was just this little dark stone. Okay, food-wise, let's eat some. Let's drink some. And actually, let me think. How much food do we actually have here? We have a decent amount. Let's grab some more of this wolf meat.
Wonder if I can drop any of this gear.
And I'm of 2 minds. First, I think we'll also grab one of these mountaineering ropes. And we'll start lugging this over towards the cave system. I think we'll probably end up dropping it at the bottom of this climb zone, because I don't know if we need it yet. So we'll bring a mountaineering rope over there. Second order of business. I think we go around. I think we'll drop some of this food over here at the cave that goes underneath the mountain. Because that will facilitate heading through the cave, getting this container, and then going up to the summit in one shot. So we'll drop most of the food up in the cave system. We'll head back down to this cave, and I think we also unlocked this shortcut here. So we'll go to that shortcut, and then we'll go around. Okay, that's the plan. That is the brilliant plan. Actually, we might need a little bit more water for this. You know, to be completely honest, Bobby, I was seriously thinking about doing Project Zomboid next. It's another one of those games where I probably played it for the first time more than 10 years ago. And then I played it for like a little bit, I think I ran down one street, got confused about what I could do inside one of the buildings and stopped. So that might seriously be one of the next things to do. And oh, interesting. Careful with the containers, because if the hacksaw breaks, the container becomes inaccessible. That feels and sounds like a bug, but it's also very good to know. That is extremely good to know. Because I have a very strong suspicion that the hacksaws will break before they actually get to 0%. Like, one of our hacksaws is at 28%. if each container takes 5% to, and there's an awoo. Where is that awoo? That awoo sounded closer than I thought. Anyway, if each container takes 5% of the hacksaw's condition, 4 containers later, our low condition hacksaw will be at 8%. I wouldn't trust an 8% hacksaw to not break, because I think I've had an 8% hunting knife break on me as I was using it. If you do use the week 1 mod, allows you to play a week before the outbreak and gather before hell lets loose. Interesting. So that could be actually pretty good for, what's the word I'm looking for? Like a first run to sort of ease my way in. But at the same time, you know, if hell hasn't broken loose, are we really playing Project Zomboid? I feel like I heard pitter-patters, but I'm not sure about it. It might have just been me. Okay, if there's a deer over there, there can't be a wolf, so we should be safe here. At any rate, I remember there being at least 4 or 5 containers inside the fuselage of the airplane. I remember there being at least 3, I want to say, outside the fuselage. So I don't actually think that I have enough hacksaw to open up everything up there. So the decision might actually be made for us. We may just have to open until things break and hope for the best. And this, it looks steep, but does it look inaccessible steep? If the hacksaw is used to unlock the compartment in low condition, less than 50% and it could break? Oh my. Oh my, that is concerning. Oh, and I guess there's also cargo containers down here. That is actually quite concerning. First 2 days goes easy, and then things get sketchy as, yeah, I guess that makes sense. Things get progressively worse before it actually pops off. That does make a lot of sense. Yeah, maybe I will look it up. Okay, so I've been down here, but I didn't have a hacksaw at the time. Let's think. Let's think. On Friday, the bombs appear. Yeah. It's like, I don't know if you guys remember the classic 1990s horror film, The Ring, but 7 days. 7 days. Okay, let's think. Let's think. Okay, here's the current plan. Here's the current plan. We head over to the cave system. Oh, God, that's a bear. Jesus, oh my. I hope we're fast enough to outwalk him. Holy crap, that scared the bejesus out of me. Okay, so he's getting pissed. I think we can outwalk him. I think we can outwalk him, and eventually there should be a... What's the word I'm looking for? A tree trunk that goes over this valley. But we're slow and fat, so if he starts running, we start fighting. Okay, hold on. This is... I probably shouldn't be reading this, but I'm not sure if you have time for YouTube, but the ambiguous... I've seen a couple of ambiguous... You know what? That's because this... See those bones? This is a bear cave, and I didn't know it was here. So there really are 3 bears in this region. Interesting. Okay. Ambiguous Amphibian did a video where he started week 1 as homeless man. Yeah, he does those challenge runs, right? I think he does Kenshi too, I think. I think I've seen a couple of Kenshi videos that Ambiguous Amphibian has done. Where he like starts as just a torso. It's like completely ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, that bear did not want to wait 7 days. That bear said, I smell something delicious and I want to nibble it now. Okay, I think we made it. I think we made it. Oops. I keep messing this up. Danger, Will Robinson. All right. I really wanted to pop a charcoal over here, but I dare not. I dare not with the bear right there. Let's go a little bit around and see if he turns around. Yeah, I'm almost certain I've seen a torso start by him. Okay, if I was a cheeky bear, if I was a bearstard, where would I be? You know what? This might actually be a decent place for a charcoal. Is that him? That is him. Son of a... Is he coming this way or is he turning around? It looks like he's not moving. Is he going into the cave or is he coming over the hill? Let's just wait here for one moment to see what this guy decides to do. Recommend Return of the Obra Dinn, a deduction-based puzzle game and one of my favorite games of all time. You know, I've heard good things about the Return of the Obra Dinn. I've heard very good things about it. And if we're talking about top tier, you know, like 10 out of 10 games, have you guys played Outer Wilds? That's the game I was talking about earlier that Annapurna had developed or published before. I don't remember which it was. But yeah, that was, they published that before they went downhill and made Mixtape. No, don't tell me you've seen streams of Outer Wilds. That's like reading the cliff notes of your favorite book before you actually read it. And you can only read the book for the first time one time. That's very sad. That is very sad. Yeah, Outer Wilds is, it scratches the same sort of itch as this game. It's also got a very similar low poly, or that's not low poly. It's like medium poly, almost watercolor aesthetic to it. And you know, I wouldn't call it a sad game. I would call it a melancholy game. I think melancholy is the adjective you're looking for here. Now, that bear hasn't shown his face in long enough. I'm feeling pretty confident in surveying. Okay. Now, I haven't seen that bear in so long. Did he go to take a nap? Let's go up this hill a little bit more. We'll pop another charcoal, fill out the rest of this corner, and we'll head back around with a better vision on that cave and see if that bear took a nap. I think it might have taken a nap. The first version of Long Dark you played on the PC a long time ago was rough, yeah. Yeah, the first version I played, it might have been a similar time, because the first version that I played, it was just before episode 1 came out, I think. Let's go over to this corner. A full playthrough and it's basically... Second question. When you saw that playthrough of Outer Wilds, was the DLC out yet? Because if it wasn't, it might be worth going back and playing yourself. In fact, you know what I'd say? I would say that similar to solving a problem yourself versus having how to solve a problem explained to you, I think if you wait long enough, you may actually have the luck of forgetting enough that you could effectively play it for the first time again. I think you might be in just that one perfect little situation where you can double dip. I think it's this way. The streamer needed help you solve the puzzles together. Now, I will say I didn't get horrendously stuck anywhere in the base game. I will say, in Echoes of the Eye, it took me much longer than it should have to find a particular door that led to one of, I think, the 3 or 4 things you had to find. But yeah, oh my goodness. Man, what a game. What an absolute game. Uh-oh, it looks like it's getting a little bit foggy. We might not be able to charcoal soon. And that is a moose. I saw the antler marks. Do I dare charcoal? Let's sneak and charcoal. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Run away. Run away. Run away. Run away. Bravely run away. Bravely run away. Ah. Oh, Jesus. Oh. I mean, I said it before, but the last time I got a little bit handsy with a moose, it fucked me up real good. Okay, so this place is a forbidden pass now. Absolutely forbidden. Whew. I was not expecting it to walk around that much when I was doing the charcoal. Jesus. But yes, Sir Robert bravely runs away. Now, against my better judgment, let's check on that bear. And use some of this food. On the plus side, we'll walk faster. Okay. Now where's that bear cave? Astroneer. I've heard of Astroneer. I don't think I have it. Actually, I kind of want to check. It might have been something I picked up in some random sale. So give me just one moment here. AS for Astroneer. Not here. And scroll, scroll, scroll. I've scrolled too far. AS is for... Or did I not go far enough? AS... No, I don't think I have it. But I might have to check it out. Unfortunately, I think the Steam Summer Sale ended like 5 hours ago. Oh, Spaceman flying to planets, huh? That does sound interesting. Those more... I don't know if it's procedurally generated, the planets anyway, but those more sort of long form, focusing on kind of getting a... What's the word I'm really looking for? Getting kind of a crafting / industrial base set up from nothing. Those can be interesting. Some of them drag on a little bit long, but they can definitely be interesting. Okay. I think from this hill up here, we'll be able to see if we have a napping bear or not. If the bear is napping, I'm going to do something really stupid. If the bear isn't napping, we'll see what it looks like. Cosmically epic. Yeah, I guess, yeah, Outer Wilds is certainly on that side of things. Okay. I don't see a bear, do you? Surely we can peek inside here. Literally famous last words. Okay, that's a sleeping bear. So, I hope Buddy remains sleeping. Okay. Okay. Oh, I might break an ankle here. Alright, I think we're safe. I'm pretty sure we're safe. Humankind Odyssey. Another thing to look up. Wait, why do I feel like I've heard of that too? Is that recent? Like in the past 6 months recent? I feel like I might have heard something about something similarly named. but I can't recall. My memory is only approximate for many things. It's kind of a problem. Okay, that... Why do I feel like there's something interesting up that path there? And I can't help myself. Drop all the food. So we're nice and fast and nice and lightweight. We shouldn't break any ankles here. And let's see what's up in this little nook here. It would be a cheeky spot for some really good gear. But I wonder. If this was Morrowind, there'd be a Daedric bow up here. Or is it just a shortcut to the moose? Where the hell does this go? Actually, where the hell is this going? Okay, looks like we do need another charcoal up on the top here. But where does this go? Is this just going to end up at the top of a hill? Alright, well, I'm about to be salty again because dollars to donuts, there's probably a vista somewhere around here, but I haven't found the Polaroid for it. Which means I won't be able to take it. Echo Peak West. Which means I won't be able to take advantage of the vista. Which makes me absolutely Mad Max Furiosa. Yeah, come on now. There's no way that this is not a vista here. Okay, well, at any rate, our tree trunk is there. Unfortunately, I think that might be on the other side of the moose. If it is, that could be a problem. But at the same time... Oh, Gengar, welcome back from desecrating your body at the altar of Burger King. Is this a cheeky way down, or is this just a dead end? This feels like a dead end, but I have to look. It is a dead end. Okay, well, that is 100% the tree trunk that I was looking for. And that means the only way to get to it is to go by the moose. Oh, please don't let me be stuck. Go by the moose, he says. Go by the moose. I wonder, is it possible to snipe the moose from up here? Or at least to scare it off? I feel like it might be. Okay, there's two ways this could go. One, the moose gets scared and runs away. That would be okay because it clears the bit. You're like a monkey from 10 million years ago and have to find stuff and learn stuff and evolve. Yeah, you know what? That actually kind of sounds familiar. I feel like I've seen maybe a trailer for Humankind Odyssey, but it would have been a while ago, like months at least. Alright, I don't think that there's any way down here, from here, other than the direction we came. Damn. This is another Sophie's Choice. Multiple things could happen. Let's start with the first one. Let's start with the first and least likely thing to happen. And that is, I one-shot this moose. The next likely things to happen. I miss the moose a lot and it runs away. The next likely thing to happen. I miss and or hit the moose and it gets aggroed on me up here. And it corners me up here and it attacks me and we have a real bad time. But I kind of need to go through that pass. Actually, there's two options. Perhaps there's two options. I wonder. This here, this looks like a path to get down into this valley. If this is a path to get down into the valley, and it's also where we left all the meat, that means we can actually go up the valley, see what the deal in the chasm cave is, and go to this cave that goes underneath Timberwolf and leave some food there, which will make it a little bit easier to be under our carry weight for this climb zone, to leave the extra mountaineering rope here at the cave system. But we have 15 arrows. I don't think I can stop myself. But that's pretty far away. Let's wait for him. Let's see if he gets a little bit closer. I don't think he will. And let's say, let's try about here. Okay, that was short and left. There. Oh no. He got, well, first off, he's running right towards where this pass is. So let's get ready for a fight. Actually, let's get up on this rock and hope he can't path to it if he comes up here. If he's just running away, we'll take the pass. But if he's coming this way, can I sneak up here? Can I sneak? Yes. Okay, there's no way he can get up here. Come on, you bastard. Come at me, bro. Let's just wait for a moment. Make sure we don't hear the clop clop of hooves. Oh, we dropped all the... I forgot we dropped all the food. Yeah, this is the second best thing that could happen. Which is he gets scared off and runs somewhere else so he can go through the pass. This pass. And I suppose sometime later... Here's my current plan. We go up through the pass if the moose is still not there. Yeah, it's like Far Cry Primal. Here's the plan. We go back around. If the moose isn't there, we'll go up the pass, over the branch, the tree trunk. We'll go up, drop stuff at cave system. We'll head back down and around. We'll open up the cargo containers down here by the engine, and we'll take a look at the chasm cave, try to find the memento. Because I'm worried about the hacksaws breaking at under 50%, even though I'm not we've basically completely surveyed this area, but even though we're not completely done with it, I think first let's go to Ash Canyon. What is it? Ash Canyon. We'll go to Ash Canyon, see if we can find some simple tools or a better hacksaw to repair our current hacksaws. Okay. I think if Buddy was coming, he'd be here yet already. Let's see if he's gone back. Let's see if he's gone back to his spot. If he has gone back to his spot, well, there's nothing to stop us from taking another pot shot. Because we do need him out of this area. Okay. Okay, I don't think Buddy is here anymore. Let me think, actually. Forest Cave. I think... we've been over here already. I think that's where the Forest Cave is. So let's not worry about putting a charcoal up there. Let's not worry too much. All right, we're walking over here. Pick up some sticks. Never know when you'll need a fire. And Gecko, you weren't here when I made my complaint, but for a place called Timberwolf Mountain, I sure have found a zero lot of timberwolves. Let's see if we can climb on this little bit of rock here, just to get a little bit of a vantage point. See if Buddy has really run somewhere where he's not going to sneak up on us. Right, if you were a moose, where would you be? Not here. Not here. Oh no, it's not specifically about the Far Cry Primal content. It was a while ago, like, you know, multiple hours. I just observed... I observed that despite this region being called Timberwolf Mountain, and despite me having explored effectively all of it, I have found exactly 0 Timberwolves. And I don't know how to feel about that. Okay. We'll eat and drink as much as possible to keep our weight down. And we'll make sure that bear's not sneaking up on us. I thought I heard paw pads. I think we're okay. Speech style is very sophisticated. I'll take that compliment too. Although I am sure that you guys have noticed sometimes I need to spend a while for my brain to buffer in between things that I say. I don't think other people have that kind of problem. And that's partially why I'm streaming, so I can practice talking and doing something else at the same time and be a little bit better without communicating incorrectly. Okay. This is where we need to be careful about this moose. We'll take this corner wide. I don't want to sneak up on him. Oh, well, that's the philosophy training in me. Always got to worry about the is versus ought distinction. Movie set in the 60s. You mean black and white films set in the 40s? Okay, there's our bear. Do we want to go and raid his cave? Surely there can't be anything worth going into the cave. Surely. There's nothing in that cave, son, and don't call me Shirley. I don't see a moose anywhere. Hup, 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 hup! Buddy was trying to sneak up from the side, huh? I see you, punk. Okay, well... he's taken cover from my sniper fire. Where's he going? Is he going back or is he going forward? Is he just loitering? Let's see if we can get up on this rock. I think we can. And observe. Yeah, actually read German philosophy books, though. Being bad at thinking. Well, to be honest, German and other continental philosophers make things a lot more complicated than they need to be. And especially if you've read, like, the German philosophers from the 1800s. Let's just say that the method of communication was much more convoluted back then. Okay, well, here's the dilemma. The dilemma is, Buddy is still in the way, and my 2 arrows are still in that pass. None of the great German thinkers figured out how to write. Yeah, it's true, and half of it might be just because of the way the German language is set up. I don't know if you're familiar at all, but their syntax, so if I was to say something like, I would like to run to the store, to eat some, or to run to the store to buy some food to eat. There are 4 verbs in that sentence. There's I would like, or there's like would like. There's to run, to buy, and to eat. And in English, they're sort of peppered in the sentence in different places. In German, and this is, going to be obvious if you speak German. In German, you say the first verb as normal. So if I was to literally translate a German sentence into English, it would be I would like to, and then so that there's the other verbs. There's I would like to go to the store, so there's to go, to buy some food, to eat. So to go, to buy, and to eat. In German, those 3 verbs that start with to, so like the infinitive form, the unconjugated form, you take those out of where they are in the English sentence, and you just plop them in order at the end of the German sentence. So to literally translate what I said before, it would be, I would like to the store some food to go to buy to eat. So I'm sure you can imagine how convoluted, a fluent speaker or writer's words could be. Oh yeah, from the 1920s, a Nietzsche book set. Not bad. So Nietzsche is not the worst of them. Like Hegel might be the worst of them when it comes to being completely impenetrable. So many German scholars who are genuinely good thinkers, but the great thinkers were keen on being as complicated as possible about things. Well, I'm sure if you have like that genius level IQ, it's probably simple. It's probably simple to decode in your brain. But let's see. This guy is just kind of still heading back here, huh? Yeah, moo to you too. I don't think we can push that, especially since now he's in the middle. And actually, 2 things. There's multiple reasons why we can't push this. The biggest one being, I forgot to bring a bedroll. And if we get caught out with 0 fatigue, we're going to have a bad time. So, here's the plan. Current plan. We check Chasm Cave. Chasm Cave might have a bed in it. If Chasm Cave has a bed in it, we spend the night there. If it doesn't have a bed in it, we drop a bunch of stuff, and we head back to the cabin. That's pretty much our only option. And we just have to remember, we don't want to miss those 2 arrows that we fired at the moose. Man, I'm salty about those arrows. Losing an arrow is the thing I like the least in this game. The region that I cleared out before this one was Black Rock. No spoilers, but that's the location where episode 4 takes place. And a bunch of wolves ran off with my arrows in that location. Aha. Not as E, but as Nietzsche. Nietzsche, like Nietzsche, which is a type of... it's like a type of LED that flashlights can be made with. I think it's a Japanese manufacturer that make high-quality LEDs for flashlights. Anywhere before 1970, they wrote much differently, not even just other countries like a modern book. That's immoral. An old sentence. Thou will find these actions problematic to the public's conscience. Public spelled P-U-B-L-I-C-K. So this is something that I learned recently, and by recently I mean probably in the past couple of years. Thou and thee are supposed to be the singular form of the second person, which apparently English used to have. Like Spanish has tu for singular, it has usted, or I guess it'd be ustedes for plural. German has du and what's German's plural? I think it also sounds like usted. What would Germans be? But at any rate, at some point, English dropped the thee and thou. Oh, you studied Russian language. Russian is... Once you start getting past Poland, all of those languages start getting crazy, in my opinion. Like absolutely madcap with pronunciation and spelling and conjugations and grammar. I mean, I have absolute zero, like proper learning education on that front. And I guess we don't need to pop a charcoal yet. But from what I have osmosized, from what I've absorbed just from popular culture, those languages are mad. Absolutely mad. 28 different ways to say hi. That's a lot. Okay, some kind of a body up there. It is getting pretty late. Late in the day, but the weather is nice. I wonder... Okay, so there's a little nook over here. Let's see what this body's about. Is it a dude or is it a deer? It's a deer. We don't really need the meat, but it's always nice to have. Let's not worry about the gut or the hide. Only 1 kilogram. Not bad. 4 minutes. Not the worst thing to harvest. 300 Russian languages. I suppose the main one, quote unquote, would be Russian. I guess the rest you would call dialects, right? Because there can't be so much cultural fragmentation that there are 300, mostly 100 mainstream. Wow. I can't imagine what sort of situation would lead to so many cultural fragmentations, especially in a land area like Russia, where there aren't really many extreme, like not landmarks, but obstacles, like land obstacles that could separate populations. I'm quite surprised. I think this would be a good place for a charcoal. Is that a wolf? I think that's a wolf over there. It's either a wolf or a rabbit. I could have sworn I saw rabbits over there before. But this should be right next to the cave.
Dusk, so night can't be far behind.
Yeah. That wasn't really worth it, but it's not the worst. So now what we're looking for... is a cave with a bed in it. Here's our cave. Here's our dude. Do you have a bedroll, bud? The ones you know, kinda know Russian, and some, I guess it's not tater, but Tartar, maybe. Still technically Russian, along with another one, Komi. That's fair. Yeah, tater means something very... Oh, this is the guy with the laptop that he mentioned. If you remember, there was that note in the house that said someone with a laptop either came down or was from out of town or something. I'm kind of sad to leave or to not be here during the night or not be able to sleep here, because I really want to know if there's an Aurora and a buffer memory on that laptop. Yeah, three is enough when it comes to those Eastern European sort of Slavic-esque languages. It's a lot, in my opinion at least. Okay, let's drop some food. How much food? Most of it. The question is, can we get back without eating? Probably. We probably can. Wait. 0.05 kilograms? I thought we harvested a full kilogram of venison. Oh, I dropped it. That makes sense. That makes more sense. And we can actually probably drop the mountaineering rope here too. And maybe the hacksaws. Yeah, I'm feeling good about this. Okay. But we do have to put a wiggle on. Actually, do we have to put a wiggle on? I'm trying to remember if this 3 entrance cave has a bed. I don't think it does. So we'll head back to the cabin. Do we have to head back to the cabin? Let's live dangerously. Let's check the 3 entrance cave for a bed. And that's definitely a wolf, so we'll have to fight him. Not the worst thing to have more meat, but I was hoping there would be rabbits down here. I also feel I heard some paw pads suspiciously over in this direction. I'll have to keep an eye out. Okay. Alright, Buddy's going the other way. We have no scent marks. As long as we stay far enough to be out of aggro range, we might be able to skirt him. Although I doubt we'll have so much luck. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, so you can come close enough. We'll walk to the cave, and we'll put you down in the cave. Unless... I guess we'll have to fight this guy eventually anyway. We could lose him in the interval cave. There's an interval cave that goes under the mountain. I've been mentioning it's over here. I can't read any of that. The only thing I know about Cyrillic is that pi makes a p noise. Oh, maybe he'll hunt some of these rabbits. Yeah. They all say hi. Oh, that rabbit's done for. Okay. We'll third party this while we're here. Pop. Okay, let me get my arrow. And let's actually harvest your meat. Actually, let's not. Just because I am worried about our fatigue, which is not good. Water's fine, but the fatigue is not. Okay. Please, fingers crossed, let there be a bed. Let there be something to nap on. Best way to learn fluently is to go for a year or two. Yeah, I mean, that's true. The best way to become fluent in any language is complete immersion. As long as you have an out that lets you avoid using the language you're trying to learn and use the one you know better, you'll always have that handicap keeping you from being really just, you know, basically flipping that switch in your brain that will let you just use the words as you want them. So your teacher's definitely right about that. Okay, here's our cave. Show me the bed. Show me the bed that is definitely not here. I think there's just a fire and a body. And if that is the case, which it looks like it might be, then we're in trouble. Unless... No, there's some firewood, torch, fuel, another hacksaw. That's actually amazing. And that hacksaw is quite good. Crampons that are ruined, that's fine. Water. Okay, so this is not great. Not a great situation. Is there anywhere smarter to go? No, there's not. Yeah, we have to head back to...
Not sure why I feel so tired.
You feel so tired because you've been awake all day, bud. Might go one day, but it's also very expensive to live there. Yeah, a jacket is expensive and can get to negative 80 degrees Fahrenheit. Yes, definitely. It's definitely the kind of place where, if possible, you would like to make your money somewhere like the UK or France or the US, where you are making money hand over fist, and then move somewhere like that where the cost of living is lower. You definitely wouldn't want to go the other way around. I agree with you there. Okay, and it's getting dark to the point where I think we maybe pop on Noir mode. Ta-da! Actually, that didn't help very much. It helped a little, but not very much. Okay. We'll hunt, not hunt. We'll harvest that wolf and that rabbit on the way back. But for now, we really just need to hoof it over to the cabin. That better not be a wolf that I see there. It's not moving, so I don't think so. Okay, I'm feeling pretty safe so far. Except I just heard a pitter-patter. What was that? Must have been the wind. Yeah, surely nothing chased me down this valley, right? I'm sure you could tell by the accent, but yeah. Yeah, I do. It's not the biggest guess. It'd probably just be either the US or Canada. I think everywhere else in the Anglosphere has a pretty substantially different accent. Australia sounds kind of like England. New Zealand kind of sounds similar to, but a little different to Australia. But both of them are markedly different from a US accent. All right, we're walking over here. We're walking over here. Yeah, this is going to be close. We're definitely going to lose some health, because I don't think we're going to get all the way back before our fatigue meter goes to 0. But it shouldn't be an unacceptable amount of health. In fact, I'm a little bit worried about the temperature now too. Trying to help a streamer from Brazil, but it's small but talented. But the accent was so strong, he straight up couldn't. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Although, I'm thinking about it, streaming is not actually the worst way to practice a new language. It's not the worst way to do it. So who knows, maybe that was part of the purpose on his end. But I definitely agree, there can be some accents, especially if you haven't, really been learning the language for a long time, where it's just like you really can't tell, apart from every few words, exactly what's being said for sure. And that's rough. Okay, let's remember we're walking into bear country. So we need to be a little bit careful here. Well, yeah, don't worry about it. Honestly, being here and, putting me from the, 0/1 viewer to 2 or 3 viewers is helpful enough. And also being able to chat, because if you go back into some of the VODs on YouTube, especially, I mean, you'll be able to tell when I'm the only person here and I'm just kind of like, I guess I should talk about what I'm about to do right now. Oh no, Courier's Gecko is a Dragoon. That's a StarCraft 1 reference. For those of you who are similarly gray-muzzled. But welcome back one way or the other. Now, all I need to do is remember, how do I get back to the cabin without running into that bear again? Yeah, I can definitely imagine, honestly, if there's no, I don't know, interaction aspect, you gotta wonder, why not just watch a VOD as opposed to a stream? Okay, no bear is there. Aha, okay. So we're practically back now. I'm feeling safe. Yeah, if there's no sort of interaction, it's almost like What's the point in it being a stream as opposed to just a YouTube video? And if it's a YouTube video, I could cut out all the parts. I could cut out all the parts where I get jumped by a bear or a wolf to make it look like I know what I'm doing. Okay, looking safe, feeling safe. Okay, I think we're good so far. Seeing streamers, 3 followers, no viewers, wanting sub only to chat. Like, yeah, I've heard about sub only to chat, and honestly, you know, if you look up far enough, or if you take, you know, find a screenshot of the VOD, because the vertical VOD's not going to have this, but the horizontal VOD, it has the same chat on the left side, because that gets saved along with the video of the stream. There's a lot of bots. We got a lot of bots around here. Please undo my lobotomy 10 minutes ago. Murger Bing. So it sounds like Shiny Gengar over on YouTube is having a pretty strong case of the itis. You know, I've heard that recent research shows that your gut biome, you know, the bacteria in your stomach, are a leading indicator of whether or not you'll get Alzheimer's. And I've heard that Burger King bacteria is the leading source of Alzheimer's. That's actually not true. I didn't hear that last part. Don't sue me, Burger King. But the rest of it's true. And that's why you always need to treat your body like a temple. And if you're going to desecrate it, it better be for a good reason. In my opinion, I would really only desecrate my body for probably some Wendy's crispy chicken sandwiches. You know, the Wendy's crispy chicken sandwiches used to be like $1 each, like 99 cents each. Because, I mean, Jesus Christ, can you imagine going to a Wendy's, getting 5 crispy chicken sandwiches for like $5.20 because of tax? Those were the days, but I think they're like, let's just say they're more now. How oldish am I? Don't feel like I'm much older than me, but since you referenced stuff that you've completely missed, well, I think based on the amount of how would I even phrase this? The semi-tells that I've made, you could probably triangulate moderately well. Sleep for 12. Actually, yeah, we just drank, so we won't dehydrate to death. We'll sleep. I hope we're not going to... Yeah, we ate too. We should be fine. I'm sure you could get in the vicinity. But for now, don't ask a lady her age. I'm gonna have a case of the vapors and swoon. Okay, let's see. Let us see. What was I gonna do? I was gonna drink something. We just drank something. Right. Here. So I keep wanting to show people this. So this is the noir film mode. No, there's not something wrong with your monitor. This is like the black and white, and I like this better at night, like I've said, because it's got, I think, slightly better contrast. But it's sort of harder to see what's going on during the day. So during the day, I like to go back to normal. Okay. So what was I going to do? I was going to remember some things, like, for example, Storm Lantern. We want to bring that because there's no point in leaving it here. There's literally nowhere for us to use it here. Second thing, I believe we had some hides to drop. No, we didn't have any hides to drop. What do we want? We are low on water here, so we can't really bring water. We're good on food. Well, I mean, we're not fantastic on food here, but the fishing is right there. Let's think. Let's think. Okay, let me actually read some things. Acknowledging that we've got a million bajillion little living creatures on us, I prefer to call them tiny little friends. As long as they're not coming out of flesh tentacles, I'm okay with them. And let's see. I feel like I missed the one that's just above Gecko saying fair enough. Oh, but I can know how to find that out. I know how to figure out what that says. I can go over here. I can go here and temporarily. Here we go. Ah, yes. The worst movie in history. Now, I kind of feel like I could go with the cop-out answer. The cop-out answer, of course, being The Room by Tommy Wiseau. But I've never actually seen The Room, and I feel like I've heard that it might be in the category of so bad that it's not good, but so much worse that it becomes good again. But I'm not going to go with that answer. I'm going to go with the sci-fi horror film Stellaris. I'm not sure if you guys remember it. I barely remember it myself, but I remember it not being very good. I'm also not the biggest horror film fan, so maybe that's an aspect of it. You remember when DVDs were popular? DVDs are not that old though, right? Or am I getting old? Buddy. 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 We have gone past the point where the children nowadays do not know why the save symbol looks like a floppy disk. In fact, they might not even understand if it looks like a CD. They might only understand if it looks like a flash drive. Buddy, we are comfortably into, as the kids nowadays say, unk status. So just rest peacefully in your unkitude, and I will rest along with you. Let's just say, I'm assuming that any username that has 4 digits at the end, that's the birth name, that's the birth year. So we've got at least one person here who is 10 years younger than you are. So Grandpa's hub floppy disk. Now the question is, were they 3.5-inch floppies, or were they the true manila envelope covered floppies, the like 5.5-inch ones? Okay, let's not forget what we were doing here. We've got food. Did we read the sewing primer? I don't remember if we read it. Let's check. We haven't read the advanced. We did read the sewing primer. Drop. Did we read the frozen angler? I don't think we read it. Okay, we didn't read it, so we'll keep that on us. They were for the Apple PC from 1996. Those were the days. I remember Windows 1995. And perhaps that's as specific as I'll get for now. Okay, water's low. What else would we want to bring over? I think maybe let's bring some of these flares. Just in case. Firewood is fine. You can always find some on the way. I think let's not forget the cooking pot. I want to keep the right, yes. The real thing I came back for was the bearskin bedroll. We'll take that. I wondered how we could be so lightweight. First PC was an E-machine. Now, I don't recognize an E-machine. I might if I saw it, but not just hearing it. Let's see. Mountaineer's hut. Don't need any of this stuff. Flask is fine. All this wood's fine. Actually, let's bring a little bit of this wood. We're not exactly going to be hurting for carry weight going back here. And probably this lantern fuel too. Yeah, let's head out. From 1995 to 2015. Oh, and they got shut down. Octodad is not that old. Anything that came out, I think that was one of the Steam Greenlight games. Anything that came out on Steam Greenlight, in fact, anything that came out on Steam at all, is not that old. At least that's what I tell myself to cope. They ran OG Doom at 29 FPS. A luxurious 29 FPS. Honestly, how many more FPS could a person want? I'm wondering, I think we should, how heavy are we? I think we should bring the extra mountaineering rope. There's literally no reason to have the mountaineering rope down here. But it might be useful in Ash Canyon. Ash Valley, whichever one it is. The OG Doom. Last I saw, they were running the OG Doom on a refrigerator, like a Samsung smart fridge. Them Flash games, son. I remember addictinggames.com, and I remember there was one that had only 5 games, but they were all ultra mega based. What was that called? Shoot, I'm not remembering it. Okay, let me ask you this. Does anyone remember the Flash website? It only had about 5 games on it. They were all amazing. One of them was fishy. One of them was a castle defense game where you had to click on the people attacking your castle and fling them up into the air so they fell down and splatted on the ground. And the third one that it had was Motherlode, which was you dig down into the depths of the earth and you fight the devil. Does anyone remember these? It might have even been, don't quote me on this, but it might have even had the original Stick RPG. Oh, it was on the tip of my tongue. It was on the tip of my tongue. Was it like Something Heaven? Or... Damn, I am not remembering this for the life of me. I'm sure in like 20 minutes it'll come to me. What did I come back for? I came back for the mountaineering rope.
I need to drop something.
Okay. Now we head over to the Triskelion Cave. What was that called? Ah, this is killing me. I don't know. It'll come to me. It'll come to me. Well, let's talk about the actual best interactive Flash games. Do you guys remember Madness Interactive? Your grandpa had DVDs, VHS, floppy disk of certain content, let's say. But no, I haven't seen rats playing Doom, but it wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if someone figured out how to get a set of dominoes to play Doom. As long as you have enough time to do it. While he was married. Well, I mean, maybe a man has needs. Maybe a man has needs that only, I don't know, things can satisfy. But no, I don't think that sounds like a deer. I think we're okay. I haven't heard of a rat playing Doom. Well, let's just say some people have, you know, certain active lifestyles. And perhaps they love someone very much and they marry them, but the person they marry is a little bit more chill. But hey, a grandpa's got to do what a grandpa's got to do. All right, Bear Cave should be up here. Let's make sure we don't get ganked by Mr. Winnie the Pooh. I have no honey. I have nothing for you. Okay, I don't see the bear anywhere. Which is somewhat concerning if he comes out of the cave. but Grandpa certainly sounds like a character. Yes, you taught someone the old tech lore. Passing on the stories of old. Here's the real question, though. Bobby, how many times did you tell that kid to get off your lawn? I feel like, if I'm getting the estimation correct, I feel like the elementary school kid who you taught is probably the last generation of kids who grew up needing to understand how this tech stuff works. Because by the time Gen Z, and Gen Z I'm saying is born maybe, let's say just for a round number, starting around 2000. By the time Gen Z was really coming into understanding exactly what you could do with technology, all of the technologies that they would really interact with had the sharp corners smoothed off of them by tech companies looking for people to, you know, spend more and more time and reduce friction and usage points to keep them on their platforms. So there is a little bit of something lost. Yeah, it is. I mean, the mentorship thing, it is kind of nice. It's definitely kind of nice. Random thought that came to mind. Why do film critics review kids' movies seriously? It's because that's all they can do with their lives. No, that's the pithy answer. I think the more serious answer is probably because I'd imagine most of them are paid to, and the ones that are not... Actually, let me back up. I think critics, generally, the ones that you would see, have a hard time disengaging their... Critics are film critics, music critics, and all that. They're effectively gooners, except not for spicy material, but for different types of media. And so their brains have been sort of desensitized to various aspects of media. It's next to impossible to find a critic that can separate his mind to the viewpoint that someone who is freshly watching that particular film or type of media would experience. And let's pick all this stuff up. We might not even be able to move, actually.
Not gonna be able to carry this
Let's
load
find
for
out.
much longer.
Which is basically a long way of saying that... Oh, we're so fat right now. A long way of saying that... Wait, what was the question? Right. They review the films because they feel like it's their job, but they can't do it from the proper mindset. And that's why they do it seriously. Gave him an external disk drive so he could plug it up to his laptop and burn a disk. Oh man, hold on, let me check something. Oh no, no, I've sold out, guys. I've sold out. Okay, so I have only ever put together the tower computers that I've owned. I've only ever put them together from parts, and they've always had floppy disks on them until the previous one that I made. I did not put a floppy disk in that one, and by the previous ones I made, I mean like up until like 2015, I was putting floppy disks in my tower PCs. Yeah, come at me. And let's not talk about how I installed my first copy of Windows. The less said on that front, the better. Yeah, film critics are kind of dicks outside of movies as well. Film critics... They... Ooh, went down the wrong pipe. They occupy a peculiar place in culture. They are not so proficient that they are able to create culture, by which I mean they're almost never musicians or filmmakers or artists themselves. And the successful filmmakers and musicians and artists, they get a lot of cultural currency. You know, they're very high status in culture, at least Anglosphere culture. And film critics are just adjacent of those professions in the sense that their profession relies on the artist. I think that gives them, and this is, of course, drawing with an extremely broad brush, but I think that leads the human mind to think that they are similarly important culturally as the artists making the art. And that's probably why you see them to be dicks, either because they really think they are all that, or because that sort of, you don't have to be sufficiently creative to make the art or skilled to create the art. You just need to be kind of at a midwit level to judge the art. It probably attracts people who would like to be the proper artist and have that status, but don't have the skills for it. So that kind of person I could see being a quote-unquote dick. Okay, Grandpa spoiled you with tech. Got a burner that would put vids and softwares and floppy disk and DVDs and VHS. VHS 2 all in one. Wow. Wow, that's a lot. Blobs of goop. But at the same time, I will say, I'm sure that critics as a whole just get a bad rap. Well, let me back that up. I'm not going to say they deserve a good reputation because I don't think I can claim that. But I will say I'm almost certain the reputation they have, and I should have dropped some stuff over here. The reputation they have is probably worse than the one they deserve, simply because picking out flaws is kind of their job. And, well, let me back up. It's not necessarily their job. It's a part of their job. But it's the easier part of their job, I would say. And it probably leads them to be overly critical when they don't need to be, and perceived as overly aggressive when they don't necessarily, it's not necessarily the case. It's just kind of the nature of the beast leads it to kind of end up that way. Surely there's blah, 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 blah. Peter Pikerberg picked a peck of pickled peppers. Geez. Surely there's a cave over here, is what I meant to say. All right, now hold on. If Gamergate taught us anything, it's that video game reviewers are an entirely different breed, and perhaps the jury is still out on whether they're actually moral actors. Yeah, that's right. Writing just, was good, had fun, would recommend, probably gets seen as a dereliction of the critic's typical duty, is what I would imagine. Okay, we'll drop a bunch of stuff here. And we'll start ferrying back and forth things. Get those mountaineering ropes over maybe to Ash Canyon. We'll see how we feel. But first, let's get those ropes. And there is our lantern. I also feel like so film critics are, at least in a freelance capacity, and somewhat at the end of the day, even in a syndicated capacity, they're somewhat writers. And when it comes to, well, they're also adjacent to journalists. And in terms of news, I'm sure you've heard, if it bleeds, it leads. That is, conflict sells more than peace. I think that sort of aspect of human nature, of being more drawn towards conflict, leads the criticism aspect of film criticism and art criticism to be more commercially viable, let's say, than a critic that is more positive and upbeat about things. I think that's another aspect of it.
Too much stuff to carry.
So while you're right, you know, they can't just write was good, had fun. The was good, have fun version of a criticism article or of a review will probably make less money, and at the end of the day, because of that, be consciously or subconsciously suppressed compared to the, you know, everything wrong with X film. Like, you know, there's the, it's not film critics, like film sins or something, cinema sins. There's a whole YouTube channel, used to be much more popular, that was just based on nitpicking little errors or what have you in films. And that's much more popular than, you know, the opposite of whatever that would be is. What I heard was, this might not have been an IGN reviewer, but I think it might have been a reviewer giving a bad review to Cuphead because he couldn't figure out how to jump and dash in the air to get past the tutorial. And that's why I don't think that game reviewers are... They don't write words worth reading. And let me leave it at that. Yeah, you don't think all critics are bad, but some of them forget the part where movies have a budget. You're definitely right about that. But at the same time, my response to that would be, the movie's budget is not the viewer's problem. It is the filmmaker's job to script and shoot a film that is the best it can be with the budget that it has. That might mean that you can't, let's not say ethically, but that might mean that you can't successfully tell any story whatsoever with any budget as low as it can be. So that's one aspect to think of. Now I'm expecting there to be, oh yeah, so the cave first. I was worried that there wasn't a rope on that cliff face, but the cave first and then the rope. Because yeah, I would say, if you think about it, something like The Matrix, for example, that couldn't have been told as a story for any amount of money, even as early as I'd say 1990. You probably need both the computer technology and the funding to advance the computer technology to advance sufficiently, and the funding to be high enough that you could really bring that story to life. Wonder why mobile games put so many ads? Do you think it's going to get past mobile games? Well, the reason mobile games put so many ads is because mobile game players tolerate it. Mobile game players don't understand, as a group, the experience and what life can be like if you just buy a game the once and own it with no ads and no DLCs and no microtransactions. They don't understand what that life is like. It's like, for example, someone in Rome, like Rome in 200 BC, they don't understand. No, let me back up. Someone in the Middle Ages, in the middle of, not the middle of the Black Plague, but like the year 800 in the Middle Ages, doesn't understand what it would be like to live in the Holy Roman Empire, because they just never experienced living in the Holy Roman Empire, and nothing within their experience is sufficiently close to even give them an inkling that such a thing is possible. If you've heard of the metaphor, you know, you can boil a frog as long as you raise the temperature of the water slow enough, it's similar to that. But instead of the frog forgetting that the water used to be colder, it's the frog never knowing that the water was ever colder. Yeah, the day when they remove paid version of PVZ to make you play the free version, which is chock full of ads. Yeah, I've heard that Plants vs. Zombies was like revolutionary as far as a mobile game format is concerned. But by Plants vs. Zombies like 2 or 3 or whatever, they just completely ruined it, going in on microtransactions and that kind of thing. It's very unfortunate. And because every single publisher wants to make a live service, they want you to be buying the battle pass, they want you to be buying the cosmetic microtransactions, they want you to be buying the microtransactions that increase your inventory space. The only way, so there's always, it's like you're sliding down a cliff. You're always going to be sliding as long as you're not actively digging your heels in. And the problem is, some gamers are like, oh, but I want to play the new thing. And so they'll buy it anyway. To be fair, nowadays the alternative to mobile ads is most often not pay once, but yeah, subscription. So yeah, live service. But yeah, so because, so many effectively, I'm going to again paint with a very broad brush here and call them casual gamers. Because they don't care, they just want to play the new thing. It's going to make money for the developers and publishers to just basically churn out microtransaction slop. I feel like, and you can probably translate the next few sentences with just "get off my lawn," but I feel like the golden age for video games was somewhere between probably 2007 and 2013. Because 2007 to 2010-ish, that's when Steam especially was popping off. We had Left 4 Dead 1 and 2, the Orange Box, maybe it was a little bit before that, but it was around that time. The Orange Box was 2004, wasn't it? Well, basically we had some excellent games coming out on PC, and then by the time 2013 rolled around, actually, even before then, around 2010 is really when the indie scene started popping off with things like Braid and Bastion and all those games. And then by 2013, the indie scene was really getting, I didn't mean to pick all this stuff up, mature to the point where some serious bangers were coming out. Like, I don't remember when Fez came out, but that was great when it did.
This gear's starting to slow me down.
6 kilograms of wolf meat should do us here. We'll drop all of the hacksaws. What else can we drop here? We can fill up this lantern with fuel. Let's do that. And we'll take the rest of the food up to the cave system that goes to the next location, and probably cook this food and make some water. We're low on water. What did I just pick up? I just picked up the storm lantern. 2. Yes, refuel it. Perfect. But to answer the question, no, I haven't played Subnautica 2. I was aware of Subnautica 1. I never got around to playing that either, but it looked like a pretty good game loop. A kind of very interesting 3-dimensional take on the usual run around, craft, and effectively, just craft bigger and better technology until you can, escape or win or make a castle. So I think I would like to go around and eventually play Subnautica and Subnautica 2. I'd have to see if it's worth... don't pick these up. I'd have to see if it's worth playing the first one or just skipping to the second one. Because it might be worth just going to the second. Start to see in regular ads in theaters instead of trailers. Interesting. So, well, if you think about it...
What have we here?
Nothing to harvest. There's actually nothing stopping a typical product from buying an ad placement in front of a movie. There's literally nothing stopping it. I just imagine that they're always outbid by...
Feels like a lot of gear.
by other films because the audience is obviously the customer base, right? Because if you have someone already in a theater to watch a film, then surely they have a higher chance of, if you advertise a subsequent film to them, they're the kind of person who would go out and watch that film. But I suppose, yeah, I've been gone to hear your opinion on what I said about ads on mobile games. Oh, you might have to remind me because I'm not sure if I remember. Quick recap. Yes, I don't remember. You need to ask the question again because I've already forgotten what it was. But yeah, to tie a bow over the regular ads in theaters, I would imagine especially ads for mobile games and things like that would be popular in theaters. Because what do you have in theaters? You've got someone who has traveled to the theater, and presumably they have to travel back to whatever, wherever they live from the theater. And so perhaps that is a similarly captive audience for someone to download a new mobile game as someone who is already the type of person to go in a theater would watch more films. So I think the reason might just be that calculus with how profitable some mobile games could be, the calculus might change a little bit. Yeah, a Pokemon Go ad in theaters. There you go. Shiny Gengar. It turns out that you were in the theater. You were in the ad. It's the Truman Show. Why they always put so many mobile games, and do you think it might ever get like that for PC and console? So many ads in mobile games. Ah, I remember this now. Okay. So I think I tangentially touched on this, and that was in reference to the sliding down the slippery slope as long as your heels aren't dug in. So I'm sure you realize or have noticed how so many of the large publishers have been pushing these very large games as service games. So things with constant updates, constant battle passes, constant DLC. Like I'm talking Destiny. I think I would consider GTA 5 as part of this. This comment is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Yeah, now whatever that company is owes me 50 cents. What else are some live service games? I don't really play them, so I can't say I know a lot of them. I think they're going that way. I would call the... Oh, I'm about to blackpill some of you in a moment, but I'm trying to think of other live service games. Yeah, the online mode is what I would call a live service game in GTA. Marathon's a live service game. PUBG, I don't think I wouldn't count PUBG. Arc Raiders, I think, is a live service game. These new extraction shooters. Tarkov, I don't know enough about. Basically, a live service game is one of the ones that has Fortnite. Fortnite is the live service game. I have heard it described as a storefront with a game glued onto it, as opposed to a game with a storefront. But yeah, so basically these huge, mega, money printing games, especially like Fortnite, there was a period, probably between 2018 and either recently or still now. In that period, it seemed like every single publisher was trying to make their own live service game. And they didn't all succeed. But the live service game is what I would call the mobile type game on PC or on a system like Xbox, PlayStation. And like what I was saying, as long as people aren't pushing back against them, they will be going towards that model. Yeah, past 1 a.m. for you, Gecko. Geez, yeah. Yeah, good night and good luck, as they say. You can avoid all of this. You can avoid all of this this doom pilling that we're talking about in the future of video games. But I think to answer your original question, publishers always want to go towards that live service, mobile, high monetary turnover model, especially if they can chase whales, which are huge in making mobile games profitable. But so far, I think the balance of game players or of game people have been pushing against it sufficiently that they haven't been able to really solidify their foothold, let's say. All right, what else can we're going to have to do a few up and down trips here. Why is Snoop Dogg in COD? I also saw a review of the new 007 Last Light game, and apparently there are a couple of like actual like Twitch streamer or YouTube personality cameos there as well. So I can't answer this question. Some things are not meant to be understood by mortal minds. I can't believe we were carrying all this wood, actually. We did not need to be doing that. What else can we drop? And drop the lantern. Can't drop the bearskin bedroll. We need that bearskin bedroll. So I haven't watched Ready Player One, but I've heard of it, and I've heard of its reputation, and I've heard of how soulless it is. But yes, my understanding is that the author of Ready Player One is kind of, let's just say that literarily, Ready Player One doesn't have a very good reputation for being deep or thoughtful or particularly respective of its source material. And I think I actually read or saw a review of Ready Player 2 that sort of showed that it was complete hot garbage. But yeah, Ready Player One is pretty much just, my understanding is it's like 90% nostalgia bait, and then 10% teen dystopia novel. It's getting worse because live service games like COD, Fortnite, and stuff are on mobile now. Okay, hold on. Let's back up here. One, I think that mobile trend might have started. I remember there being a Fortnite PUBG mode. No, not Fortnite. A PUBG mobile mode is what I meant to say. What do we need to do here? We need to, I think, I've been carrying around this cup of coffee for at least 100 days in game. This has to be the stalest cup of coffee that has ever been drunk by a human. But it'll help us get up this ladder. Here we go. Okay. But yeah, so games like live service games like COD, Fortnite, and stuff are on mobile. I'm about to black pill you even more. Sports games were the first live service games, and people eat those up like, I don't even know what to, they eat them up like popcorn chicken. Like FIFA, the NFL games, it's basically year over year, it's little more than a roster update. But people eat that up like, I think that's really where it started to go downhill. Because I think, if I remember, for the longest time, Electronic Arts, the publisher, and actually let's be careful here because there could be a bear. For the longest time, Electronic Arts has been the license holder for the big sports, what's the word I'm looking for? Like the big sports groups. It's not seasons, it's not federations. But you know what I mean? Basically the sports companies, the ones that do the official like FIFA and the NFL, that kind of thing. FIFA has been basically the license holder for games in those. I need to listen very carefully. Basically games using the likenesses and copyright of those sports companies. And of course, everyone wants to play using the right teams that they see on TV and the right players that they see on TV with the right numbers that they see on TV. And so FIFA and NFL, I guess Madden, since like 2000, have just been churning out slop year after year after year, and people have been eating it up. And that model of yearly slop with barely an update, that is where COD and, I guess not Battlefield, but COD and Medal of Honor. Medal of Honor isn't really relevant anymore, but that's where they got that model idea from. So secretly, the cancer that has been mobile gaming, or that sort of seasonal thing where you're supposed to buy the new season pass and there's barely an update every few months, that has been in the bones of PC gaming and especially console gaming since at least 1998, I'll say. I think that might be one of the first. Let me not quote that, but somewhere around 2000 is where everything started getting yearly, as opposed to being it'll be out when it's ready and done and good. Okay, let me read some things. I've been on this tirade this whole time. Yeah, people hate when you say bad things on sports games. That's because most people. Let me let you in on a little secret. I'm leaning over to my microphone so you get a little bit of the proximity effect. I'm going to let you in on a secret. Most people have bad taste. Most people have bad taste. Which explains a lot in the world, really. Yeah, Medal of Honor Gold Edition on PS3. Medal of Honor Gold Edition. Was that the reboot they did? That might have been the reboot. Yeah, problem with EA is doing season pass thing, monthly thing, making new games every 7 months. Yeah. Yeah, EA has definitely been on the cutting edge of these scummy money extraction tactics. Console companies are removing physical games in 2027. Well, it could be. Oh. It could be. Things are certainly heading in that direction. I'm sure they would enjoy for that to be the case, because that gives them a lot more control and a lot lower distribution costs. But at the same time, well, let me back up. I was about to say that I doubt they would all remove them at the same time, just because how could they all coordinate like that? But I wouldn't put it past them for all of those console companies to effectively collude and do that all at the same time. Similar to how so many phone companies removed the headphone jack at the same time. My only hope is that perhaps because Nintendo just kind of wants to do its own thing, they might be a holdout, but at the same time, Nintendo also wants more and more control over everything they do. So I could also see them leaning into the digital-only marketplace. EA is a money-only company, no trying to make the public happy. I'm about to date myself again. I will not forgive EA for shuttering Westwood Studios and ruining Red Alert. And I'll die on that hill. Okay, let's get a fire started. First, let's check for bear. Okay, no bear. It wouldn't surprise me if a bear didn't trundle down this valley. But for now, actually, what's our firewood situation? We only have sticks. That is not really enough for a fire. Let's find more sticks. I don't dare chop down one of these limbs. The last time I was in this area and I chopped a limb into firewood, I got jumped on by a bear. Literally jumped on by a bear. So let's look for sticks for now. Did we hear about the useless iPhone pouch? No, I didn't, but it wouldn't put me... I wouldn't put it past Apple to make a useless peripheral and then charge a stupid amount of money for it. I still remember there was a MacBook Pro, like a computer, like a desktop type computer that Apple put out, and it could accept basically a peripheral that was just like a set of rollers, so you could roll it around, and the rollers cost $2,000. Absolutely ridiculous. I'm still of the opinion that if you buy anything from Apple, you've got more money than sense. Yeah, that's where pirating, they're going to start making illegal copy, and that's what the public will do to start returning a disc and make their own physical copy. Well, as someone who has observed the high seas in his time, let me just say that Steam, Steam sales, good old games, those platforms and making games accessible, cheap on sales, and easy to access is the strongest anti-piracy thing ever. I don't know if there exists a DRM scheme that will not eventually be cracked by someone in, I don't know, Czechostan or, you know, somewhere in Eastern Europe, because those guys seem to be just master hackers. To be honest, to bring it back to a previous thought, I think that might be a big reason why the bigger publishers made such a push towards live service games. Live service games and massively multiplayer online RPGs, because those games really, they're a much lesser experience if you don't have a lot of people online playing them. And piracy, I can't imagine a single player experience that could not eventually have its DRM be cracked. But something like Fortnite, something like the multiplayer version of Call of Duty, something like the multiplayer version of PUBG, that would be much harder to deal with on a piracy basis, because you'd have to figure out how to set up peer-to-peer servers as a pirate as well. And that is usually a lot more complicated to deal with than just cracking some DRM. Do you guys remember that Mario movie in the 90s? Oh, do I ever. Do I ever. I only saw it on reruns later, probably on the Sci-Fi Channel. And there's many fewer sticks.
Doesn't seem so crazy right now.
Another Bear Grylls reference. I was expecting more sticks in this area. But yeah, I do remember that, like, unnecessarily gritty Mario movie where the Koopa Kingdom was like some cyberpunk dystopia. Okay, now, there's all these deer here. Surely, there's no way that a bear could just walk past all these deer and walk right in front of me, right? Surely that would be impossible. Surely. Here we go.
Thank goodness.
Okay, I think we're
Another
safe.
night.
The early 2000 Garfield movie. That's another
That
one
wasn't here.
that actually, you know, I think I did see that. I'm pretty sure I did see it. But I remember absolutely nothing other than I think it had an unnecessarily action-oriented ending or conclusion. The scene where Daisy's dad got turned into a disgusting homunculus spawn. No, I either missed that part or I repressed the memory. It could be either, honestly. That sort of late 80s into 90s kind of gooey, puppety, claymation-esque special effect, like actual real special effect thing, it gives me the heebie-jeebies. Oh, you know what? I bet if I climbed up here, the bear could never get at me. Oh, the stream's lagging. You know why that is? It's because sometimes, and I'm not sure if you can still hear me, it's because sometimes my connection decides it only wants to give about half the bitrate to Twitch that I tell it to give. Hopefully, and this should happen, it should clear up, but it might take a few minutes to do so. But I think it will clear up. Okay. Let's do a fire here where the bear can't get us. At least I'm hoping the bear can't get us. No magnifying this up. Yeah, so normally I should be sending 6,000 kilobits per second to Twitch. Right now it's only sending about 4,000, so that's why it's lagging. It's not a you problem, it's a me problem. But it's also not the kind of me problem that I can actually fix by doing anything other than waiting, unfortunately. Alright, we can drink this. Just to get this dehydration off for a little bit. I probably shouldn't cook all that snow at once. Alright. Sticks go in. Yeah, actually, you know what? This might be a good opportunity to do two things. The one, let this food cook in real time. And two, let everybody do a quick little stretch, hydration, physical exercise break. It's been about 6 hours. Jeez, it's been about 6 hours. We'll see what we get to. Might not get to too much more. But let's take a quick, say, I'll probably be 2 or 3 minutes, but nothing interesting will probably happen for about 5 at least. Except we can maybe see my model spaz out when I stand up.
I need some water.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys heard, but that was supposed to be a quick stretch break. And I fed two of the most spoiled
I'm sure I
cats
can carry much more.
you ever heard of. They no longer eat their food. No, so it looks like actually bit rate's kind of still jank, huh? Let me do a quick little diagnostic in mind. Let's see, how does this thing look? History and... Ugh. Okay, let's... Just please back on the Barbie. With the quickness. Okay, let's see. How can we... Yeah, I'm trying to think of what I can do on my end to fix this bitrate issue. Because if there's any stuttering happening, let me think. So I've seen this happen before. It happens every once in a while with me. Usually it clears up on its own. But I'm wondering if, like you suggested, starting and restarting the stream might be helpful. Okay, let me think. I'm trying to think, is there anything else using up bandwidth? There really shouldn't be. It might just be my internet service provider being not good at their job. Okay, let's think. I think this is really, really bad on your end, then maybe even... It has been 6 hours. Maybe we end it here. I am considering if this doesn't resolve itself. Let me try restarting things. I think things should be set up so that a slight interruption should just go back normally. Like go back the same whatever you're watching on. But if it doesn't, then that means something broke. But we'll see. Well, so the issue is, I'm almost certain what's happening is, for whatever reason, my ISP is kind of like having trouble maintaining a stable bit rate for me right now. So I don't know for sure if restarting will work at all. Actually, Gengar, are you watching on horizontal or vertical? Because I'm streaming on both horizontal and vertical on YouTube, and the first thing I try is just turning off whichever one you're not on. That might be... Actually, that's probably the first thing to do. Whoa. Really was freaking out there, huh? Let me actually go here. Okay, so that's one thing that should help. And the next thing is, yeah, let me try maybe... Okay, so if you're on vertical, then what I'll do is I will stop the horizontal output. Actually, no, hold on. You're on Twitch. That's a different thing. That's a completely different thing. But I think... So hold on. If I'm correct... Yeah, let me try restarting one of the streams. It should maintain, but let me check. I'll be right back. Well, I'll still be here, but I'm tabbing out so the game is frozen. Let me try this. Unless it's not going to stop. Who knows? Click. And I need to monitor on this side. Okay, that's vertical. And this guy is horizontal. No, I'm almost certain it's not a Twitch problem. But what I'm saying is, so I'm streaming 3 different directions. I'm streaming in the YouTube horizontal direction, a YouTube vertical direction, and then just one Twitch direction. So I was basically going to try shutting off whichever YouTube version that Gengar isn't looking at. Uh-huh. Mm-hmm. Okay, I think Gengar is horizontal. Yes. Okay, on the plus side, the bitrate is still fluctuating, but it's fluctuating at a higher number than it was before. Okay, let me know if you guys are still suffering. I'll keep poking around on this side. Of course, I need to tab back in every once in a while so you guys can see whether things are frozen or not. tabbing out. This is the fun part of streaming. Yay! Dismiss? Edit? Dismiss? Uh-oh. I think I just killed the default YouTube thing. Okay. This is an opportunity. Yes, this is an opportunity. Okay, I messed up the YouTube, but